A lawsuit against a Williamson County school over who showed up for a girls-only sex education class. Channel 4's Courtney Allen reports this happened at Legacy Middle School at the end of last year.
According to the lawsuit, the Family Life course was a required two-day curriculum held in May of last school year. On the first day, a biological boy who identified as a girl was allowed in the all-girls class. The lawsuit says this made students, quote, uncomfortable with the presence of a boy while matters of the female reproductive system and reproductive health were being discussed. As a result, at least 13 girls refused to participate in the class on the second day, the complaint says. The complaint alleges the district and principal of the school broke state law by allowing the student in the class. Williamson County Schools told us that they do not comment on pending litigation.
Other news of the day, people living in the Grand Reserve apartment complex in Spring Hill are on edge after Sunday night's deadly shooting that took the life of a 17-year-old boy.
You see on my front porch, we have Ring cameras on front door and back door. So it's just like, whoa, is this something new coming in the neighborhood, or is that something that we need to be aware of? These kids walking around, we don't know exactly what happened. So it does have our guards up.
Channel 4 telling us that the suspect left the scene in a blue sedan with damage to the right front bumper. As for crime in D.C., local police there are now getting assistance from the National Guard troops, thanks to an order from President Trump.
Trump has the power to deploy federal agents in Washington for an emergency, but experts say Congress would need to approve any federal control of the district beyond 30 days. The president also saying this deployment could serve as a test run, saying the model in Washington, D.C. could be used to fight crime in other cities, such as Chicago, Oakland, and Baltimore.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks drifted lower Monday as investors wait on a new inflation report to see how it could impact the Federal Reserve's plans to lower interest rates like President Trump wants. The Dow fell 200 points, the S&P dropped 16, the Nasdaq closed 64 points lower. Ford says it's a Model T moment for electric vehicles, announcing the investment of almost $2 billion to retool a Louisville, Kentucky plant to produce new, more affordable electric vehicles that it says can outcompete rival models. In an unusual trade agreement, NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to share 15% of their chip sales to China with the U.S. government. The Trump administration halted advanced chip shipments to China in April, citing national security concerns. Brian Clark, ABC News.
And the futures are mixed this morning. The Dow futures plus 62, NASDAQ futures gaining 13, but S&P futures are down 14 points. That's the latest news. We've got your weather and traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looking good. Things are just fine right now on 24. On 40, I see no delays. A little bit of a delay on 65 heading into the Goodlettsville area. That's just normal volume. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. It is Tuesday, and we're talking in the car the other day about Tuesday, Joan. Monday is the sucks day. Monday sucks day, right?
Yes.
Wednesday is hump day.
Yeah.
Thursday is Friday Eve, and of course, Friday is Friday. What is Tuesday?
Tuesday is the day that there are more heart attacks that occur.
Are there really?
Yeah. So let me just stupid fun fact that's like in my head, but I remember seeing this someplace. We can Google what day of the week
is Tuesday.
Do you see it?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. Do more heart attacks occur? Studies have shown, that more heart attacks are likely to occur on Mondays. They call it the Blue Monday effect.
Okay, so,
All right, so
in other
everything
words,
I just said
Tuesday
about
is like
Tuesday.
nothing.
Yeah, it's
Tuesday is like nothing day.
the get out of jail free card.
You know what?
Yeah.
Tuesday could be like hump day eve.
I always thought it was Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind?
Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. Leonard Skinner.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Sam, for your input on that. All right, anyway.
Right over my head.
Can we talk real quick about the boy in sex ed?
Oh, that story.
So
At the top
I'm
of
going
the
to have
newscast,
I'm going to have Jack Johnson on the radio program later this morning at 7:35. So I thought that was illegal. I don't know if I thought that was illegal in the state of Tennessee. I don't know, but we'll ask Jack Johnson about that. But why in God's green earth did they think that it would be okay to have a boy in girls' sex ed? I do understand. Well, he identifies as doesn't matter. He doesn't have those female parts.
Right. And what the effect of that is that at least 13 girls said, yeah, we're not coming to the second day of that class. Like, no thanks.
That is insane because the whole point is to have actual girls in this class.
Right.
And so because this boy, his feelings would have been hurt if he was not included or allowed to go into the girls' sex ed, then 13 girls didn't get the sex ed that they needed. Right.
Exactly.
That is so dumb.
And do you know why? Because there would be harm to the young man if the biological boy was not allowed to attend that class. He would undergo harm.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't. Break out a book. All that stuff is online anyway. So that is just so infuriating. What's also infuriating is that you have parents. You would think that the parents of this boy
Yes.
would be like, you know what, whatever the boy's name is, you know what? You're not going to go to that because your transition into girlhood is clearly not done yet, and you can do all of this when you're 18. Meantime, let's go through via the internet all of the things that you will need to know once your transition is complete. If that's the way that they want to do it, then whatever. But they negatively impacted 13 girls for the feelings of this one boy. And how many times are we going to have to go through this where we have girls that are being negatively impacted by sparing the feelings of these boys, whether it is, sporting events or, men in girls' locker rooms, in girls' bathrooms. I mean, we've all heard the story over and over again. But Lord have mercy, that gets so frustrating. So anyway, we'll be able to watch that lawsuit, I guess.
Who's the person, the lawyer in this case?
Who's that?
State Rep Gino Balso. It was he said he helped pass the law, clearly defines two sexes. Now that the law is on the books, it's my duty as an attorney to assist clients by using it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the cynical side of me.
Yeah.
When did he sign on for this case? I'm curious.
Yeah. Don't know. They're pro bono clients, by the way.
The 13 girls? So the 13 girls
Whoever
are
it is that brought
represented
the
by...
yeah,
okay.
whoever it is that brought the case, and that's unclear too from the articles that I'm reading. It's not clear exactly who is bringing the case against the schools.
Okay, because that's also what I was trying to figure out is, okay. And somebody said, it was Sam asking about, in Williamson County of all places, there's a lot of liberals in Williamson County.
Ah.
So, I mean, all I'm saying is that, you've got a lot of liberals in Williamson County. And the school district, I mean, I believe that the school board is quite liberal, I think. So, I don't know. I'm not one to, pay real close attention all the time to school boards. But, I mean, if they allowed a boy to be in this sex ed for the girls, then obviously they thought that was a good idea. And that is absolute insanity to anyone that understands the difference between boys and girls. And how old were these kids, by the way?
So they're middle schoolers. So this would be, you and I were talking about this. I think it's 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Which is 11, 12, 13, 14?
13. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see how this goes. I'm going to ask Jack Johnson, Tennessee Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. Going to ask him about this coming up at 7:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Always enjoy reading your text messages. And by the way, of course, Gino Bolso joins the 7th District Congressional race. That's why I'm a little cynical, Joan.
Yes.
Is because, okay, so is this about him? And I shouldn't do this, but I'm just so naturally cynical of politicians.
Well, you have to be. You must be, and we're all better for it that you are. So
right.
Yeah.
So I mean, he is running for the 7th. I mean, what great way to publicly talk about these kinds of issues and others, and get some free press for yourself. Than represent these 13 girls who were clearly, in my opinion, wronged by the school district and this, boy pretending to be a girl. So there you go. All right. It is 5:13 on Super Talk. By the way, watch us everywhere. Joan, do you know even where Mason, Tennessee is?
No, but I did see this story. No.
So Mason, Tennessee is roughly 3 hours or 181 miles. I would call it southeast of Nashville. It is on the way to Memphis. And they're in Mason, Tennessee, very, very small town. And they are, need some audio. They are considering putting an ice facility.
Yes.
There in Mason, Tennessee. And so if you want to go take the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube. How did we frame that, Sam, when we put up that poll? Do you what is it? Do you care, or should Tennessee put an ice facility in Mason, Tennessee?
Yeah. Should Tennessee support an ICE detention facility in Mason, 181 miles southeast of Nashville?
Yep, on the way to Memphis.
Yes, no, and don't care.
And what are people saying thus far?
83% saying yes.
83% saying yes. All right, very good.
Google says that Mason is already home to a federal detention facility. So it's not a new concept here.
Is it like an ICE facility, or is it just like a big jail?
It says, well, let's see if we...
well, this lady is really upset about it.
I think that there has been an immediate response from communities in West Tennessee. I mean, I'm with Tennessee for All, but Turk has been advocating for people to come to this meeting. Indivisible Memphis, Micah, there have been organizations all in our region that do not want this to happen because we are seeing the impact to immigrant communities.
So I guess my question would be, number one, obviously, I mean, I'll just call it out for all of us. The impact on immigrant communities is immigrant communities will be safer because you have all of these illegal alien gangbangers that have been terrorizing the immigrant community. I'm air quoting the immigrant community. These gangbangers are terrorizing the communities with which they live. The communities with which they live are immigrant communities. Get the bad guy off the streets, period. So those communities will be safer. Ain't that hard?
Do you know it's only 1.3 square miles of land in Mason? Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of Mason, Tennessee. We ought to ask Mason Fleming, who works here at WTN.
Right.
We had no idea that you had a community named after you, Mason.
It's also near the community of Yum Yum and Zuzu.
What?
We have some interesting names here in
There's
Tennessee.
a community called Yum Yum. It sounds like a Chinese restaurant.
And Zuzu, which is the kid in It's a Wonderful Life.
There's also a China Grove, Tennessee.
Talking about China Grove?
Exactly.
Okay, so
You're hung up on Zuzu and Yum Yum.
I'm caught up on it's not Zuzu in It's a Wonderful Life.
It's not?
No. Isn't it Juju? Oh God. What is it? This is how the show train wrecks 16 minutes in. Is it Zuzu or Juju? I know because Juju's pedals, right?
It's Zuzu. Zuzu Bailey.
Is it Zuzu Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Played by Carolyn Grimes.
Why in the
And
world did
you-
they name that kid Zuzu?
You doubt me, Dan.
Well, I've doubted you before, Joan Jones, and I've been right on occasion. Anyway, whatever. Hey, it is 5:16, so go take the poll on the YouTube page. Watch us, by the way, everywhere. X, Facebook, 997WTN.com, Rumble, and also YouTube. My preferred way for you to watch is on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. We just told you what the poll is. Listen anywhere you stream. And by the way, I don't know how our podcasts are doing, but if you miss a segment, you miss a lot. So, except for this one. So, if you want to find us and listen to the show later on, you can also download. I didn't know this until fairly recently. All 4 hours, Joan.
All 4 hours
of the radio show, you can actually podcast as well. I guess what do we do? Click it all together, edit all of it together. Is that what we do?
I cut out the live reads and all the other stuff. It's mostly just Dan being Dan.
So you'll get Zuzu talking everything.
Yes.
Zuzu talk. All right, let's check the roads on WTN.
Roads are looking fairly good this morning. We did have a super texter text in and say there is a 2-car accident, 40 westbound near the Barley exit. Otherwise, looking really good on the road so far. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:18, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, It's a Wonderful Life. Joan, I believe, as we talk about this in the middle of August and 105-degree temperatures, I believe that It's a Wonderful Life, the best Christmas movie ever.
Yep, I'm with you.
Would you agree on that?
I'm with you.
Okay.
Yep.
How about you, Sam? You agree?
Elf.
See, I knew he would say something goofy like that.
Elf is good. But It's a Wonderful Life, a little, a lot more traditional.
And meaningful.
Yes. And meaningful as well. But Elf is good too. I don't know. There's so many really good Christmas movies. What's the one that I admit that I've never seen where the kid licks the pole?
Oh, the Christmas Story.
Christmas Story. Never seen Christmas Story.
Never.
Never seen Christmas Story.
You'll shoot your eye out.
That's the one.
Absolutely no. But when Riker got his BB gun, this is so funny. When Riker got his BB gun, I actually said to Riker, "You could shoot your eye out with that thing," and I actually meant it. I wasn't joking because I've never seen the movie, so I didn't know that was a thing. But I did say to Riker, you can shoot your eye out with that thing or somebody else's, so you got to be really careful.
Was it a daisy?
It was a daisy.
Oh, my God.
It was because it was explained to me later that is, I guess, the exact gun he's got. And he's like a crack shot at that thing. Like, he's really good at it.
Little lever action?
Yeah, we have a target right out, hanging there on the fence there in the backyard.
Does it make a lot of noise? Like, do your neighbors mind?
Oh, my Lord, Joan.
What?
If you spent a Saturday or a Sunday morning around my neighborhood, it is like the Civil War. It is like the Civil War because of all the hunters. Like right when the sun comes up, boom, 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 boom. I mean, it is just like
I love it.
Well,
That's
there goes
awesome.
there goes Bambi. You know what I mean? I mean, it is just
Bambi.
Nobody's shooting Bambi. Bambi doesn't have enough meat.
they're deer shooting, deer hunting. I'm assuming.
Yeah, but Bambi was like a frail little thing.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. No, there's a no, Joan. My neighbors don't complain about
Okay.
a BB gun.
That's good.
They want to know when the youngling is going to get a real gun. That's what they're asking.
Here's something funny.
Mm-hmm.
The person who texted in to say there's an accident on 40 West near the Barley exit
Yeah.
said, Siri sucks. It's Briley exit.
Do you know what's so funny? I wasn't sure where the Barley exit is.
Well, there is
It's
none.
next to the wheat and corn exit.
Yeah.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking. So,
Dun-dun-dun.
all right, so 40 westbound Briley Parkway. This is where it is.
Yeah.
2-car crash. All right. 521 on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7. I got to find my voice.
Yeah, where's your throat coat, man?
It is right here. Joan
Okay.
has the news coming up at 5:30.
An overnight shooting in Antioch, and police are searching for the suspects now. Also, what happened at a steel plant in Pennsylvania where 2 people were killed yesterday? Got those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
526 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. Hey, Joan, I don't know if I've ever had a segment where I was wrong on so many things. Are you looking at the...
I was.
Oh,
yeah.
my Lord, have mercy. Okay, so number one, Die Hard, I am told, is the best Christmas movie. If you believe that Die Hard is a Christmas movie, I'm not going to get into that debate.
There you go.
It is not deer season until September. So I don't know what the hunters are shooting at in my neighborhood, or maybe they're just out, practicing their shooting. I don't know, but it happens on a fairly regular basis. Let's see here. Gino Bolso, because I said, okay, well, this is a great way for him to get, some good publicity by representing the parents of these 13 kids who are suing. Somebody said he's a good Christian man. Okay, good. That's fine. I have no beef with Gino Bolso at all. What was the other thing that I was wrong about?
Your directions.
Yeah. My directions.
Yeah.
Mason is southwest, not southeast of Nashville.
Correct.
Southwest on the way to Memphis. See, the problem is I never go west to Memphis because I'm scared of Memphis. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that I was wrong about? Because, those are like 4 things that I was corrected on in the last few minutes, actually.
No, it looks like that's just about it for now. I'm sure that there'll be more as the morning goes on, though.
Oh, they're always.
So
and of course,
by.
Zuzu pedals.
Yeah, Zuzu pedals. Yeah.
I was wrong about Zuzu. Good Lord, man. Do you know what I think? I think that it would actually be a benefit to me to continue to lose my voice, because everything my voice says is turns out to be wrong.
Point of clarification: September is for bow, November is for long gun hunting.
Ah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So you wouldn't hear anything in that instance.
Not with a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
I wish whoever is in my neighborhood that does all that shooting would start using bow and arrows. Good Lord, man. But it's cool. I'm not dissing on hunters, man. I love each and every one of you. I'm a big 2A supporter. I'm a supporter of hunting as well.
Do you know my next door neighbor has a tree where they have a tree stand in the woods. Okay.
Yeah.
But they have a tree where they hang the deer that they kill.
It's a message to the other deer.
Maybe.
You better not come into this neighborhood. Look what happened to the last guy.
That's how you dress it. So you hang them up, you bleed them out, you take the hide off, and then fillet it.
It's Joan. It's just that simple.
Not until I moved to Tennessee did I even think about that.
Even I know that's how you bleed out the deer.
It's that, or take it to the processor and pay a fee.
Then
they'll do whatever you want to it.
Yeah, you don't want to pay the processor.
No.
You don't know why. Just do it yourself.
Exactly.
Hang the thing up.
And then you can make soap out of the antlers.
Can you make soap out of deer antlers?
And bones. Yeah.
I had no idea. Well, I know you can make bones,
No, you don't make bones. You make, right? Soap out of bones?
What?
You said make bones. You meant make soap out of bones.
Make soap out of bones, yeah.
Right.
Oh, what did I say? Make bones?
Make bones.
Whatever.
So during the break
Well,
that
men can
we're
do that
doing
too.
the news, we're going to...
Oh, wait, where are we at? I don't even know. God's sakes. All right, you know what? 5:35, we're going to get back on track.
Okay.
Don't talk to me about bones,
Okay.
because clearly I can't handle it this morning. So is this what we're doing? Are we doing the tease?
No,
We
we're
already-
past that. We're going to do,
Oh,
we're
we're
gonna
going
do
to
the
news? All right.
actual news now.
News on WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, Metro Nashville police are searching for 2 men who reportedly shot up a tobacco store on Bell Road overnight. And Channel 4's Alexandria Adams tells us 2 men wearing masks started fighting with a male employee just before midnight inside that store.
Well, police saying that shots were first fired inside before the fight spilled out into the parking lot, where the shootout continued. The employee now in the hospital with some serious injuries, but he is expected to survive.
Police have not identified the shooters just yet. In Spring Hill, a 17-year-old was found shot to death in the parking lot of an apartment complex Sunday night. That incident has rattled the neighbors there at Grand Reserve Apartments.
Unbelievable, shocking. It's like, oh my God, this is a baby. And really in these apartments, like I said, I've been here a year and we've never had a problem out here. Never really just seen the cops out here.
Investigators believe the shooter fled the scene in a blue sedan with damage to the right front bumper. A deadly explosion at a U.S. steel plant near Pittsburgh. 2 people were killed, 10 others injured. ABC's Stephanie Ramos says an air quality advisory has now been lifted.
This isn't the first time there's been an issue here. Earlier this year, 2 workers here at the same plant suffered minor injuries after a buildup of combustible material ignited. So in a statement we have heard from U.S. Steel, they say they are investigating the incident and that employee safety is its top priority. But at this point, authorities are still investigating.
And that is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So that accident on 40 is confirmed now. It's the westbound side before Briley Parkway East, exit 215 there. It's both cars on the right shoulder. You'll notice it as you're going by, but it doesn't look like there's a big delay behind it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, a couple of programming notes real quick. We do have Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson on at 7:35. 7:05, Brian Wilson is going to join us. So usually we talk to him on Wednesday, but he's going to be out of town tomorrow, so he's going to join us today. D.C. crime is in the news. And, you know, Joan, I don't know about you. I've been noticing... Because, you know, the media, they like to lie. They like to obfuscate. They like to, you know, present everything that President Donald Trump does in a negative light. And, of course, our own ABC News, I was listening as I was driving in, and I've noticed this, where you have all of these news anchors saying, well, the crime in D.C. is been, you know, going down over the last year or whatever it is. And here's the thing. That doesn't mean that the crime in Washington, D.C. still isn't higher than most cities, which, by the way, it is. And so if you, and I've got the stats, but I mean, that's one of the things that I noticed is that they're trying to make it look like there's no reason for Donald Trump to be sending in, you know, the federal police or whatever it is.
The National Guard.
The National Guard.
Yeah.
There's no reason for Donald Trump to be sending in the National Guard because things are just hunky-dory in Washington, D.C., and clearly it's not.
Clearly it's not. And we talked about this, too. What they do is they say that the crime is down. Crime is down in Washington, D.C. Crime is down from last year. But last year, it's up astronomically from the year before, or you know, or from 2 years before.
They're playing games with the statistics.
Absolutely.
What do I always say? You can play games with statistics. This is what they do, and I mean, I am all for sending in the National Guard and doing whatever it is that they need to do to keep the peace in Washington, D.C. I think it's a great idea.
So people are ignoring this, but 3 weeks ago, Channel 4 in Washington published an article. A D.C. police commander is under investigation for allegedly making changes to crime statistics in the district.
What have I been saying, though? Like, with this and all these crime statistics, I think there was a story about Tennessee. Wasn't there a story in Tennessee about how they say that the crime stats were going down, according to the FBI? You can't trust those crime statistics because they are politicized. Oftentimes, it's like the job numbers. You know what I mean? So what are they saying, Sam?
Well, they're saying he was suspended, this was 3 weeks ago, for fudging the numbers in his district. So if he's doing it, what's that? You know, if it's happening there, it's happening everywhere.
And does he do it just because he feels like doing it? And it seems like somebody had to say, hey, dude, will you know, do something with those numbers?
Well, it could be self-preservation. Because if he can fudge the numbers in his district, then it makes it look like he's doing a better job.
Yes.
And so you have incidents or episodes like that. You also have, as I've mentioned many times now, Biden administration changing how the statistics are reported to the FBI. So you had a lot of these cities just say, screw it, this is too complicated. We're not going to bother. Thereby, they're not reporting their statistics to the FBI. That's another thing. And so you look at all of these different factors and you just can't trust these statistics. And ultimately, the question is, all right, so would you feel safe walking down the street in Washington, D.C.?
No. And voice of
experience.
No, you don't feel. There was a point at which I had to walk across, like park my car and then walk across a street to get into the building. And of course, I'm doing it at 3:30 in the morning. It was so scary to do that that eventually I ended up just paying for the parking in the garage below because there were people out on the street at that time of the night.
Yep.
You know, hoods on, skateboarding down the street. What?
Oh, yeah.
Like, why?
Way early in the morning.
Yeah.
So The Hill also has an article by Michael Murphy who tried to investigate the drop-offs in the crime. And apparently they have reclassified violent crime as a felony threat rather than assault with a dangerous weapon, and it's not counted in the violent crime statistics.
Exactly. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, and states are doing this, blue states are doing this all across the country. And yeah, this is sort of on the same thing where they started to not even, I know this was a deal in San Francisco where you could steal $999 worth of stuff and they wouldn't even take a report. So, and that's right. And that's because, it's not even worth it to take a report. So the DAs wouldn't even charge. I mean, the soft on crime DAs and the whole thing.
And if you Google a search about crime in Tennessee, here's two headlines that come up right underneath each other. Tennessee among the states with the highest violent crime rate in the U.S., data shows.
Well, listen.
The very
Memphis.
next one.
I said Memphis.
Of course. The very next one, has crime gone up or down in Tennessee? Oh, man, where did it go? I'm sorry. The crime data shows violent crime in Tennessee has declined over the past 5 years.
So what is it? Do you know what I mean? Has it increased or has it declined?
Right. So it makes it fuzzy. It makes the picture kind of fuzzy.
Oh, it's fuzzy.
Oh, yeah.
It's fuzzy, all right.
You won't find articles on this, but for a while we tried to gift Shelby County to Arkansas.
Yeah, there was a whole movement afoot.
And
really?
our teen pregnancy rates and our murder rates throughout the state would have dropped by something like 20-something%.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's just nuts.
Teenage pregnancy, in Tennessee would have dropped.
So Memphis is that bad, huh?
Oh, my goodness, Joan. Memphis, yes. Memphis is that bad. The super texters, I would ask the super texters, how often do you go to Memphis? Like, I've been here for almost, I'm 11 and a half years. The only time I've been to Memphis is driving through, and I didn't get off the highway. You know what I mean? I didn't get off 40. I won't. And I think that Memphis, they're always at the top of the list as far as, either worse schools, murder rate, violent crime. Oh, but I'm sure that the people in Memphis will tell you that, their crime rates are going down.
Methodist Hospital used to be one of the premier training sites for surgeons when it came to gunshot wounds. Even if you were an international student in medicine, they would send you to Memphis if you came to the States to study.
Well, they've got all that experience with gunshot wounds.
Well, and you've got all of the availability, I guess, of patients experiencing.
Yes. By the way, Donald Trump, because he posted this yesterday, we're having a news conference tomorrow in the White House. I guess this was the day before yesterday. I'm going to make our Capitol safer and more beautiful than it ever was before. The homeless will have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It is all going to happen very fast, just like the border. We went from millions pouring in to zero in the last few months. This will be easier. Be prepared. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. We want our Capitol back. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Could only be better if he could cue up "No More Mr. Nice Guy" in the background.
Yeah, but then we'd get hit by the lawyers. We would get hit by the lawyers because we can't play that stuff on this.
Well, I meant on his post, and I love it when you can tell when he authors something versus one of his handlers.
Well, he authors everything that he does. I mean, that's one of the reasons why his Twitter back then in 2016 was so impactful and effective because you knew that it was him.
Yeah.
Do you think he actually? I saw a thing one time where I don't know if he actually thumbs his own tweets, but I think he may have somebody that sort of transcribes what he wants to say onto Twitter or X. I think that might be true, but I'm not sure.
Well, then that person doesn't. The capital letters thing drives me crazy because he'll capitalize letters in the middle of a sentence that doesn't belong there.
Oh, really? I've never noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
I've never noticed that.
It's just one of those crazy grammatical things that.
Are you a grammar Nazi?
Well, my kids would say yes, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hear from the grammar Nazis all the time. Although, thankfully,
yeah.
over the last couple of years, they've decided we give up on Mandis. Hey, you want to hear some audio, some fun audio?
Let's do it.
All right, so this is a woman who is calling out all of those people that apparently have been misusing their EBT cards. Listen to this.
It's kept, and I know y'all won't admit this because I know how y'all are, but y'all aren't really outraged that the food stamps, the EBT, is about to get shut down. Y'all are really outraged because now you're going to have to take the money you normally buy weed, wigs, bundles, get your nails done. Y'all are going to have to take those funds and buy food now. And don't say I'm lying, because when y'all were receiving food stamps, you were selling the food stamps. So you weren't worried about feeding your children then. But all of a sudden now, you're outraged. Oh my God, why we gonna feed our kids the same way you've been feeding them? Sleeping with that man. Get a few funds from him. Keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't been worried about them kids and their well-being, but all of a sudden now, you are. Okay.
There you go.
Wow.
So they've changed the eligibility requirements for EBT, and they've also changed, I guess, what you can buy with the EBT cards, right?
In certain states, yes.
In certain states.
And so they're trying to do the same thing here in Tennessee.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that you should. I don't know if what this lady says is true, but what I have noticed is that there's a lot of viral videos. Have you noticed? Chris Hand did a great video on this where you've got this woman who is in the grocery store, and, she's got Twinkies in one hand and ding-dongs in the other hand, and she's like, what do you mean I can't buy this with my EBT card? And she was all upset because the new EBT rules, you can't buy crap. You got to buy your rotisserie chicken, and you've got to buy things that are healthier and more nutritious. And I will just tell you, because it is a visual, but the woman was ginormous.
Yeah.
The woman was absolutely ginormous.
I watched a woman who had just come from getting her eyelashes done and realized when she got to the counter that she couldn't use her EBT card for it. And she was really mad because she had to pay cash for her lashes, and now she's $100 short on her rent.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Should have kept up with the news.
We can thank the Democrats for that mentality. They help foster it.
Well, absolutely, they help foster it. And I do believe, and I've always said this, that people should not be allowed to buy crap. And you see these folks who they do use their EBT cards to buy crap. And this has been a conversation Joan,
Yeah.
this is a conversation that we have been having forever, where people on these EBT cards, they don't buy nutritional stuff. But then you'll have people that'll say, well, yeah, but your money will go further if you buy Twinkies as opposed to apples.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say to that.
And there's also
But-
the argument, too, that what about the people who live in a food desert? They don't have good grocery stores where they live.
I'm sorry, but there is a Walmart literally everywhere.
Yeah.
There is a Walmart everywhere, right? Am I wrong on that?
You're not. You're not wrong.
You know where I'm going today?
To the Walmart?
Probably. I'm going to Glasgow, Kentucky.
Why?
About once a month, I go to my daughter and I. We always meet up in Glasgow, Kentucky. It is like in between where she lives and where I live. Do you know what is in Glasgow, Kentucky?
A Walmart.
A Walmart. So there's a Walmart everywhere. So don't tell me about the food deserts. And you know what? Here's the other thing. You got these people that complain. This is where I start having my hateful rhetoric just is going to start flying out. When people complain about a food desert or a drugstore desert, these kinds of things, do you know why there are deserts? Because the criminals in the neighborhood would go in and steal all the crap, or they would burn the things down, or they couldn't find anybody to work at these places because of the crime. That's why there's deserts.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sorry, but it's true. And then you got people in the community, and they know who's doing all the crime, but they won't tell the cops. Snitches get stitches, right?
Snitches get
Sneezes?
stitches.
What in the Dr. Seuss was that?
Snitches get stitches. So I'm just saying that there's a reason why there are these deserts. I mean, this was a story back when the George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, where it was like you see all of these CVS drugstores and they're burning down. And CVS is like, well, we're not going to rebuild in these communities. Why the hell would we?
It was all that receipt paper. It's just so flammable.
And then you see all these people just, coming out of the Walmart, coming out of the drugstores, and they got all this stuff. San Francisco is a perfect example of why there are deserts of things, of stores, because stuff gets stolen. And stuff gets stolen, and then you've got, this has been, and especially in the last couple of years, where you have these stores that just decide, these chains, we're not going to put a store up in this community because too much stuff is stolen.
Yeah.
And then we put the stuff behind a counter or, behind glass, or, they put it in a cage or something. And it's like, oh my God, that's racist. Well, no, it's not racist. It's because the crap gets stolen.
People will come in groups with trash bags and just load them up out of Walgreens or a CVS and leave.
Exactly. So don't get me started on the whole, food desert or drugstore desert thing. I mean, stuff happens. And these stores, they're not governmentally or constitutionally mandated to take losses on stores in these neighborhoods where stuff gets stolen. I'm sorry, but it's not racist. It is what it is. I mean, I'm sure there's all different colors going in there and stealing stuff. It doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't.
If people are, black, white, red, green, blue, or yellow, if stuff is getting stolen out of a particular store in a particular neighborhood, well, then that is what's happening. So if you don't want to
it's happening with people who feel entitled to go in there and take.
Oh, there's an absolute entitlement mentality. There's an absolute entitlement mentality.
People who work for a living don't feel entitled.
No, man, you got to buy stuff. You got to pay for stuff. You got to obey the law. That's what you got to do. Anyway. Well, I don't know how we got. Yeah, I'm such a hater.
I know.
5:53, Nashville's Morning News. All right, Joan, what's coming up in the news at 6?
We've got some new information about the Music City Loop to tell you about this morning. Also, we'll take a look at the markets. We've got a big economic report that's coming out today. That and more coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, did you hear that the ShiftyShiff is in the news this morning?
I did.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
All right, so I cannot wait to present that story to you, ShiftyShiff. This was news that, I mean, it broke last night, but again, it's another one of those stories that we all have kind of known about for a long time. But now our friends John Solomon at Just the News and Kash Patel, the receipts are now out there regarding Adam Schiff as he was gunning for Donald Trump. So we have that story for you. We have audio from the press conference with Donald Trump and also the Washington, D.C. mayor. And you know what? It sounds like, from what I'm reading, she is really, really angry that the president has brought in the National Guard to clean up her city. But she realizes now there's absolutely nothing that she can do about it. So we have a lot to cover in the next 3 hours. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is new information about the Music City Loop. The Boring Company's website now says site preparation is underway now, and tunneling is expected to begin in October. One tunnel boring machine at first near the state capitol. At least 6 machines will be used for that project. The company plans to construct at least 3 more tunnel launch sites as that project develops. The search is on for a hit-and-run driver who killed a woman in Murray County last week. 32-year-old Rachel Jones was the mother of 2 young daughters, ages 5 and 6 months old. Shelby Boone lives near the crash site and talked to Channel 4.
For the family, I hope they get closure and they found out what happened. And for the person, I just wish they would have stopped and, at least called.
Well, this happened on Highway 7 after Jones's car broke down. She went walking for help. Anybody with information is urged to contact the Tennessee Highway Patrol in Lawrenceburg. An ATV crash in Antioch last night. This happened about 8:15 near Hobson Pike and Smith Springs Parkway. News 2 is reporting a 17-year-old boy is in critical condition, another in stable condition. More details on this when they become available. And we make it a little rain tonight, and if so, it would blur out the annual sky show that we know as the Perseid meteor shower. That shower is caused by the Swift-Tuttle comet as Earth passes through the debris stream left behind each August. Experts say there can be up to 60 meteors per hour. Now, if it does rain tonight, the Perseids will still be visible for tomorrow night. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Economists will be watching when the Bureau of Labor Statistics releases the Consumer Price Index for July today. The consensus is for a 2.8% year-over-year increase, which would be the 3rd straight month of higher inflation. Investors waiting for today's CPI sent stocks lower to start the week. The Dow Jones yesterday gave up 200 points to close back below 44,000. The S&P surrendered 0.25%. The Nasdaq Composite slipped 0.3%. President Trump has again hit pause on higher tariffs for Chinese imports. The president yesterday signed an executive order which pushes back planned 24% increases in import fees on China until November. Walmart will pay $5.6 million as part of a settlement in a consumer protection lawsuit. The world's largest retailer is accused of selling produce, baked goods, and other items with less weight than had been shown on the label. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning really not very much changed. We've got Dow futures +9, but NASDAQ futures down 1.5. S&P futures are -2 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Gotta love CNN. The headline, Washington, D.C., violent crime is down 26% compared to last year.
Yeah.
What have we been saying? The media is using the stats to their advantage to try to say that Donald Trump is taking over an American city when it doesn't need to. I'm going to get into the statistics coming up next here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Dan Mandis for Loan Pronto. Listen, if you are maxed out on credit cards, if you are struggling with high interest debt, You could pay it all off in days. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can get cash out right now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. That's the greatness of Loan Pronto. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. One client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt. They renovated their kitchen. They cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Now, obviously, that is a huge turnaround. With Loan Pronto, they feature instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Your home equity, it is yours, and you should use it to put yourself in a better financial situation. Call Loan Pronto today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They're waiting for your call. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime. It is loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Looks like they haven't yet cleared that accident scene on 40 westbound before Briley Parkway this morning. There's still two cars. They're still on the right shoulder, and it's maybe attracting a little bit of attention. A little slow on 24 as you're rounding the curve in the merge with 40 there this morning. Otherwise, looking good on 24. Now, things are starting to slow down on 65 and 24 at the merge as you come in from the north, but it's just normal volume delays at this point. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, your weather for today, clouds and sunshine this morning. We've got more clouds later on in the day. Stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High of 90, probably going to feel like, 97, 98 degrees around there. Bottom line is it is going to be very hot today. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson will join us at 7:06 and at 7:35. Tennessee Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson on expanding the list of offenses not eligible for bail. And why was a boy in girls' sex ed in Williamson County? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. President Donald Trump has taken over Washington, D.C. in what some are calling an extraordinary move.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough. They know what's happening, and they've done it before.
Yeah, and President Trump did say, and this is the headline on CNN, Trump claims D.C. overrun by bloodthirsty criminals, but crime is down. This is going to be, just so you know, this is going to be an ongoing theme today because, Joan, I'm being triggered by the dishonesty of the media.
Well, It's nothing new, so you shouldn't be triggered by it.
You know what? You're right, Joan. I should so be used to this by now. Listen, even though crime is down, it is still in Washington, D.C., it is still higher than in other cities of its same size. And so part of this, I believe, is a test run for other states. The president actually said that yesterday. He's doing this in Washington, D.C. Ultimately, what he is doing, he is looking to make Washington, D.C. safer with law enforcement and the National Guard. And he wants to show cities like New York and Chicago and Portland how much their cities can improve if they just, number one, have more cops on the street, and number two, in my opinion, actually start charging people with crimes when they commit them.
But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. We have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor.
I didn't know that. You know what? I meant to look that up. Sam, can you look that up? I meant to do that in my show prep, but Trump said that J.D. Pritzker's family kicked him out of the family business. I'm curious as to if that is true or what the context is.
So there was a reorganization of the company several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And his brother, Sam, check me on this. He and his brother were maybe written off or written out of the deals with the family business.
Uh-huh.
There was something funky
It's a
going
family
on there.
thing.
Yes, it's a family
matter.
thing because
All
this family owns the chain of hotels.
You can't remember, can you?
I can't.
I can't either. But
It's
they own a
foggy
bunch
Tuesday.
of hotels, and that's where the fleeing Democrats are staying.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Apparently, Trump sued Pritzker back in the 90s.
Oh, he did.
For what?
Over some financing stuff.
Oh, so they've got some.
There's some
Bad
previous beef.
history.
Oh, interesting.
But and then to the point about him being kicked out, apparently Mamdani commented on Pritzker, and Pritzker fired back at Mamdani. So they're self-imploding over there.
Okay.
This is the Circle Fest.
What'd you say, Joan?
It's a circle fest. They
It's a
get into a
circle
circle
fest.
and shoot at each other.
Yeah. It's you're right. Absolutely, Joan. Well, it's because the party is in disarray. I mean, that's what's going on. The party, in my opinion, is in disarray. The U.S. Army said the National Guard troops would carry out a number of tasks, including administrative, logistics, and physical presence in support of law enforcement. They say between 100 and 200 of the troops would be supporting law enforcement at any given time. Now, the ABC News, I thought this was funny because they were reporting, but there was a murder in Washington, D.C. last night, despite the fact that Donald Trump had troops there. Well, they can't be everywhere. And that tells you how ingrained in these neighborhoods in Washington, D.C., the crime is. So here's the deal when it comes to Washington, D.C., one of the things that I would ask is, okay, so can you now arrest people and the prosecutors, will they actually charge them with crimes? Because in every big city, you've got these soft on crime prosecutors, George Soros funded. And so that is also a big part of the conversation. I mean, I did a little video yesterday. You can find it on my social media where it's a horrific video of a woman who is in a liquor store, and she's just throwing, booze all over the floor. She's angry about something, and she's just destroying this convenience store. And so I showed that. And, the bottom line is that until you start charging people with crimes, until people start becoming fearful of actually going to jail, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. So you can put all the police presence or the National Guard or whatever it is, you can put all that out on the road, out on the streets and so forth. But until they start fearing consequences, until they start fearing actually going to jail, then they're just going to keep doing what they do.
There was that guy in Colorado you covered a couple weeks ago who's trying to snatch that kid off of a playground.
Yeah.
They just dropped all the charges against him. They're going to put him in a mental rehab where he'll eventually be released.
That funky looking dude with the no teeth and the crazy hair.
That's on cross-sex hormones.
That was Colorado. Was that Virginia in the mall?
It was Colorado.
No, that was Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, Solomon Galligan.
Yep.
There's too many of these things happening.
You know, Joan, you're absolutely right. And you are right as well, Sam. They'll put him in a mental health facility, and then he'll probably just walk free. And then, you know, probably later on, he'll do something horrific to another child who he will successfully kidnap. And people will then look back and say, oh, gee, where did we go wrong?
My question to Trump and my question to anybody running for office in Tennessee would be, when are we going to hold the activist judges accountable that allow this to happen? When will they be? I get that there's immunity processes in their positions, but when you blatantly ignore a track record like this and people are harmed by it, it's on you and nobody else.
And sometimes these judges will tell you, well, there are laws where I can only, you know, do certain things. I can only administer certain amount of jail time and so forth. So the entire system is broken. And the likes of, again, soft on crime judges, they don't help matters any because they are doing everything they can to release these bad guys out onto the streets. Again, it goes always back to the soft on crime policies of a state, usually run by Democrats. And you talk about the judges as well. They're all just a bunch of activists. By the way, Donald Trump talks about why he did what he did.
He said, you know, my father always used to tell me, I had a wonderful father, very smart. And he used to say, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty front door, don't go in. Because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also.
Yep. Same
thing with the Capitol. If our capital's dirty, our whole country is dirty, and they don't respect us. So it's a very good question, actually.
Well, actually, our capital is dirty, and a lot of our big cities are dirty as well. And that's why Donald Trump was talking about Chicago and New York and other cities, too. And I don't know, the left is freaking out about this. But listen, when your cities are clearly ungovernable and you're not doing anything to solve the problems of crime, then it does make sense for the federal government to come in. There's a lot more to this story, and we do have a lot more coming up. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, today it's going to be mix of clouds and sun in the morning, more clouds in the afternoon, straight shower or thunderstorm possible. High of 90, and feels like temperature going to be
96,
97 degrees. Do you know what's interesting? Joan, you may remember this, but the other day we were playing audio of a woman, and she was a leftist nut job, and she kept talking about how, do you remember this? She was talking about how she couldn't get gas anywhere but Buc-ee's, even though Buc-ee's was racist.
Oh, yeah.
And she kept talking about how she felt unsafe, like everywhere.
Yeah.
Remember that whole thing?
Yep.
I thought about that and that woman where, and this is a thing with progressives, right? Where they like to use the term unsafe, where they feel unsafe or uncomfortable everywhere. And it's interesting because they apparently feel safe in the godforsaken cities that they rule over or they run, you know, cities like Memphis and in Washington, D.C. and so forth. Apparently they feel safe in those cities because they never say that they feel unsafe in those cities, but they do feel unsafe, you know, getting gasoline in southern states.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
None at all.
I mean, if you feel unsafe anywhere, it should be walking the streets of Washington, D.C., but they'll never say that because that would indict their own leadership style. That would indict their own policies. That is why Donald Trump is doing what he's doing. And so for me, the more that you see Donald Trump doing what he needs to do in Washington, D.C., and threatening the likes of New York and Chicago like he did, I think that it's going to be a great thing when they see that more police and not defunding the police is what actually stops crime. Because I think that we all know, I mean, we've seen example after example that defunding the police, like, for example, in Oakland, defunding the police ended in absolute disaster. You can't defund the police. Listen, being nice, as Donald Trump said, no more Mr. Nice Guy. You have to do what you can to stop the crime and actually keep people safe. And if that means arresting a bunch of these dirtbags, throwing them in jail, whatever you need to do is what you need to do and press actual charges. Trump on Monday invoked a section of the act that allows the president to take over the police force for 30 days when emergency conditions exist. Donald Trump said that he was declaring a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C. Muriel Bowers, is it Bowser? It's Bowser.
Bowser.
Muriel Bowser's. Come on, Mandis. Muriel Bowser, the press conference yesterday, she had one, and she started talking about how great things were in Washington, D.C.
We have the nation's premier park system, fantastic public schools, including a free and robust pre-K program starting at age 3. We have a tremendous public transportation system.
So coming up, Joan, before your newscast, I am going to fact check the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
With actual statistics and data.
Is that about the literacy rate in D.C.?
Well, we can talk about the literacy rate in D.C. We can talk about how dangerous the parks are. I mean, we're going to go into all of that because, you know, what she's doing is she is just spewing a bunch of BS and talking points. None of what she said is actually true. We have great parks in Washington, D.C. Really? Okay, then let's see you take a walk without your security after dark. Let's see you do that and see how you turn out. 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News. So all of that is coming right before the newscast with Joan Jones. It is coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Why a woman who worked for Giles County is facing charges today. Also, we have the lawsuit filed against a Williamson County school over a transgender student. Those stories coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems, USS. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair, to name just a few. Now, United Structural Systems, USS, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS, and I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. I want you to listen to this recent review on Google. The guy says that USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own, and he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs at USS, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair. Again, to name just a few, you go to their website, USSTN.com. They have got pages of things that they can do to help you maintain and fix your home. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out, USSTN.com. 627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you have now the mayor of Washington, D.C. Just real quick for people that are just joining us. She is out there, and she is angry that President Trump has taken over the city. And so this is what she said yesterday about how great things were in Washington, D.C.
We have the nation's premier park system, fantastic public schools, including a free and robust pre-K program starting at age 3. We have a tremendous public transportation system.
All right, so she says that they have great parks in Washington, D.C. As I said previously, would she take a walk in one of her great parks after dark? I don't believe that she would without her security. Washington, D.C., they say, has actually seen improvements, but is still really high, 29% higher than other cities its size. That is the same with violent crime. So the crime, even though the media is breathlessly reporting that the crime is down in Washington, D.C., the reality is that it's still far higher than other cities its same size. She says that they have great public schools. Washington, D.C.'s graduation rate was well below the national average. The national average is 86%. Washington, D.C.'s graduation rate is 76%. And the literacy rate in Washington, D.C., Sam was telling me 31%. I mean, that is awful.
That was according to washlit.org. It's apparently from 2022 report. 31% of D.C. students were proficient in reading at their grade level.
Now, again, they will sit here and say, oh, we've seen improvements. Well, if that's an improvement, I don't know what to tell you, because that is awful. She also says, oh, we have free daycare beginning at age 3. Well, it sounds to me like a lot of these kids that are carjacking need parents and not free daycare. And she also says that they have a great transportation system. They say it is dangerous. The transportation system there in Washington, D.C. is dangerous. They do say that it is not as dangerous as, say, for example, New York City. By the way, real quickly, they also, over at NBC, MSNBC, they say that this is all about, brace for it, race.
Of course.
One of the things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority black and brown. Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
So, of course, again, they're trying to make this about race, and Donald Trump is trying to take over Washington, D.C. because it is black and brown. Statistics don't lie, and I don't care if the people that live in that city are, black, brown, white, green, blue, or yellow. It does not matter to me. It is all about these statistics. So we'll have to see. And by the way, I will note that Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., she actually, Joan, believe it or not, did not take the bait on that.
Oh, really?
No, she didn't. She just sort of scuttled right along, and she continued to talk about how great Washington, D.C. is, which clearly it is not.
There's also one other issue. The statistics on riding the metro system, the subway system, the reason there's less crime in D.C. is because the metro doesn't open until 5 in the morning.
Oh.
And it runs until like 11 o'clock at night, 10 or 11 o'clock at night, depending on where you live.
And as a former local, you would absolutely know that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joan. It is 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A Democrat whistleblower has told the FBI that Adam Schiff approved leaking classified information in order to discredit President Trump. The newly released documents were handed over to Congress by FBI Director Kash Patel. That whistleblower reportedly worked for Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee for over 10 years and reported Schiff's alleged behavior to the FBI in 2017. More on that with Dan this morning. In Giles County, a former recorder for the city of Minor Hill has been charged with theft. Ashley Stogner is her name. She's charged with forging the mayor's signature on more than 300 documents to steal roughly $105,000. Stogner is accused of stealing funds while working as a bookkeeper for Minor Hill Utility District as well. She's been indicted by a grand jury. A lawsuit has been filed against a Williamson County school after a biological boy was allowed to attend a girls-only sex ed class last spring. That was after a Tennessee law was passed that outlaws such action. This woman is a former teacher with 4 girls, and she spoke to Channel 4.
Have them go to the class. I would keep them out of the class. That would be like having a boy go into a girl's bathroom. I'm sorry. That's just not acceptable.
The lawsuit alleges the district and principal of Legacy Middle School violated state law by allowing that student into the class. And a new snapshot on the nation's economy is expected to show that inflation is creeping higher over the course of this summer.
Economists think the consumer price index for July will show a 0.2% increase in CPI month over month, and a 2.8% jump between July 2024 and last month. Core inflation, which strips out volatile food and energy prices, is expected to have risen even more steeply. If predictions hold true, it would mark the 3rd straight month of higher inflation.
ABC's Jim Ryan. The CPI report is due out at 7:30. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. By the way, ShiftyShiff is in the news, and it ain't good. Details straight ahead on WTN. Well, it's not good for him. 6:33 on WTN. It is officially, of course, moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and a lot of bubble wrap. Now, the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is to make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It is super quick. It is really easy to set up. And then, of course, boom, you have your new Wi-Fi. Your new home is hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience, faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity, so you can just kick back and relax and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you have to worry about is remembering where you packed that remote. So make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. .36 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy quick, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. So when the power is out in your neighborhood from one of those crazy storms, your power is going to be on thanks to your backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. So call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Okay, so we have some problems this morning. An accident, Highway 109 in Lebanon at Bates Road. Also a crash involving injuries in Robertson. James Avenue at 23rd Street. Nolensville Pike, there's an accident south of Tusculum Road. And then if you're traveling out in the Clarksville area, 24 westbound past Rossview Road, exit 8. Got an accident there as well. Things are slowing down on 65 southbound side as you're right about the Bethel Road area all the way in to the Goodlettsville area. And it's normal volume delays on 24 west and on 40 as you're traveling westbound as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Tuesday to you. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones, Sam Rutherford as well, and Shifty Schiff is in the news again. I think this is probably emblematic of something that we're going to be seeing a lot over the next couple of years, is a lot of the swamp's secrets are now starting to be known and sort of floating to the top, if you will. FBI Director Kash Patel says newly declassified records show that Adam Schiff signed off on leaking classified information tied to the Russia investigation in an effort to harm or demonize Donald Trump. Now, look, friends, this is not new in the sense that we've all been saying this for a long time, but the difference now is that we actually have the receipts, thanks to Kash Patel, who he tweeted out, he posted on X, we found it, we declassified it. Now Congress can see how classified information was leaked to shape political narratives and decide if our institutions were weaponized against the American people. Now, this all came down last night, and the guy reporting it, needs some audio, the guy reporting it, John Solomon, from Just the News, he was on with Sean Hannity.
Listen, this whistleblower literally sat in a meeting, he says, he tells the FBI, where Adam Schiff authorized the leaking of classified secrets to dirty up Donald Trump and to try to build towards either a select committee in Congress or a special prosecutor.
That's right. So John Solomon, there's a whistleblower who, by the way, this whistleblower is a Democrat. And he says that he was in the meeting with Adam Schiff when Schiff, a Democrat, said, yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to leak this classified information to try to take down Donald Trump. Now, remember how many times Adam Schiff lied to Donald Trump? He was the House Intelligence Committee chair during the whole Donald Trump colluded with the Russians accusation. And so Schiff was all over the place, where he was lying about Donald Trump colluding with the Russians. And he was actually, remember, Adam Schiff was censured for lying by the House of Representatives. And now, yes, the accusation is that he approved and coordinated leaking classified information to try to take down Donald Trump. So if you put all of it together, you had Obama and you had Brennan, you had John Brennan, you had James Clapper, you had Hillary, all these people at the top of the Obama administration, at the top of the party, they construct this whole scenario where they were trying to frame Donald Trump with the dirty dossier, trying to wrap him up in all of these investigations. And so they're the ones that concocted or manufactured the Russian collusion accusation against Donald Trump. And then go down a level, and you've got Adam Schiff, part of the House Intelligence Committee. He was the chair, who is then taking classified information and leaking it regarding Russian collusion. So this goes from literally the Oval Office and the Hillary Clinton campaign, also the intelligence agencies, down to the House of Representatives and Adam Schiff. I mean, how many different layers of corruption will we find with all of this? And so now this whistleblower, remember, according to the Democrats, whistleblowers, remember this, they must always be believed. This guy is actually, again, a Democrat, and he was in the room when all of this was going on. And here's what he said.
This whistleblower was a career intelligence officer. He had worked for the House Intelligence Committee, Democrat staff for a dozen years when he came forward to the FBI. He gave 4 interviews. He gave very specific information to the FBI, and nothing happened. Why? Because the Justice Department simply decided to take a pass. How many times have we sat around in the last decade and heard, we're going to get to the bottom of that classified leak, and then a few months later, we couldn't get to the bottom of that classified leak. In the case of Adam Schiff, they got to the bottom of some classified leaks, but the Justice Department chose not to act. So tonight, past attorney generals, people like Merrick Garland and Jeff Sessions and Rod Rosenstein, who was acting on Russiagate, they've got some serious questions answered. Did they know about this Adam Schiff stuff? Yep. Why did they allow it to be passed on? And will anything happen in the current Justice Department?
Now, you know what's interesting, and Joan, I know that you can relate to this. Do you remember, I saw people talking online, and they're saying, oh, we knew it. We knew that Donald Trump would be going after his political enemies, right? But he's really not going after his political enemies. What Donald Trump is doing is he and his team are uncovering what they long suspected or heard about, that people within the Democrat Party and their apparatus, they did go after and try to destroy Donald Trump's first administration. That's what they did. It's not about settling scores. It's about holding people accountable. Is Donald Trump and Kash Patel and all these folks, are they simply supposed to ignore the evidence that they find? That, for example, you had Adam Schiff that was, as the head of the Intelligence Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, he is actually saying in these meetings that he was going to leak classified information, and the stated purpose is to bring down Donald Trump. Are we supposed to just ignore that because we are afraid that Donald Trump is going to be accused of going after his political enemies? Of course not. Now, I'm going to tell you what exactly is in that report coming up next from Just the News. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be partly sunny, partly cloudy, whatever. In the morning, more clouds this afternoon. We could see some thunderstorms as well. High of 90, going to be a feels-like temperature of about 97, 98 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Brian Wilson is going to be joining us at 7:05 here on WTN. And then at 7:35, Tennessee Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson will also be joining us. Specifically, we'll be talking with Jack Johnson about expanding the list of offenses not eligible for bail here in the state of Tennessee. And why exactly is it that a boy was in girls' sex ed in Williamson County? So we're going to talk about both of those with Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson coming up. From a national storyline, Kash Patel declassifying this FBI memo revealing that an FBI whistleblower back in 2017, Adam Schiff, was doing all of this leaking of classified info, and nobody did anything. And one of the things that John Solomon said, I just played you that audio, is that this whistleblower has been going to all of these past attorneys general and going to the FBI and saying, listen, this is going on. And none of these past attorney generals wanted to do anything about it, including Bill Barr. Nobody cared. Because he has been coming forward. He was so disturbed by this that he has been coming forward since 2017. And nobody wanted to do anything about it. He ultimately, by the way, this whistleblower ultimately ended up getting fired, removed from the House Intel Committee, because they said that they were worried because he didn't have the appropriate amount of loyalty to the party. That's right. So now the questions are this. Did this really happen? And I would say that, yeah, it would be very consistent with the past behavior of Adam Schiff and the Democrats. Is the whistleblower credible? Well, it seems like he is. He is a Democrat coming after the Democrat Party, his party, and Adam Schiff. What charges could be filed, and has the statute of limitations run out? That's always going to be a question. And if it's all part of this broader conspiracy against Donald Trump, then no, the statute of limitations will not have run out. We'll have to see what the lawyers say about all that. And is this all part of the Russian collusion hoax that was, again, put out by former President Obama, James Clapper, John Brennan, James Comey, and the rest of the conspirators that wanted to take down Donald Trump? I mean, this conspiracy is getting deeper all the time. And as I just said, you had this coming out of the Clinton campaign from the Oval Office. Of course, you had the Mueller investigation. Now we're dealing with the House of Representatives and Adam Schiff as the head of the House Intelligence Committee, who was leaking classified intel about Donald Trump. This is Kash Patel. He knew exactly where to look once he got into the FBI.
Adam Schiff is the worst criminal in Congress in the last 250 years. And what broke that we're going to talk about right now is Adam Schiff met with a whistleblower. Adam Schiff went to the podium day after day after day saying, I know nothing about this. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to protect it. And then Adam Schiff, led the prosecution of the impeachment trial in the Senate of President Donald Trump.
Yep.
Talk about someone who was conflicted out of the game because he was part of the hoax that brought Charmella in, manufactured that false accusation, and then peddled it out to the world. And he continued, not surprising, he's lied about almost everything in his life. But now he lied just to set up a presidential impeachment.
So from the report, and I'm just going to paraphrase here, this whistleblower considered the leaking of the intel unethical, illegal, and treasonous. But he was assured that he would never be caught or prosecuted. He's been, again, making these claims since 2017. Nobody cared. Seems to me this is like the swamp protecting itself. The whistleblower says he was removed from the committee and fired because he did not have that adequate party loyalty. And Schiff is also accused of mortgage fraud. You know about that. And is being investigated for that as well. So there is a lot going on within the swamp and Washington, D.C. Also coming up, we will be talking again to Brian Wilson at 7:06. Also the latest right before the news, the latest on the gerrymandering across the country. It's like the gerrymandering wars. And Gavin Newsom has now thrown down the gauntlet against Donald Trump. And I've got that audio for you straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. It is 6:51, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan?
Yeah, we've got more on that lawsuit against a Williamson County school over who showed up for a girls-only sex education class. Also, Hollywood may be losing another one of its elite to another country. That's coming up here at 7
Who is it,
o'clock.
Joan?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, come on,
here.
Joan.
No,
Who is it?
No, and it has something to do with TDS, I can tell you that.
Oh, okay. Can't wait.
Yeah, coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.651 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Zentex. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And I know I've bought and sold 10 homes over the years, and bathrooms are really important. My friends at Zentex can help you with a huge bathroom upgrade and a special price and offer just for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zentex. Now, this can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, a little bit about Zentex. It is impressive. Family owned and operated for 25 years, and they were the 2022 winner of the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for Ethics. This is one of many reasons, a couple of reasons why I put my trust behind Zentex. Your work is going to be done in a day or less. And right now, that great offer from my listeners, you mentioned WTN, you are going to get a free Kohler toilet. You mentioned WTN again, that free Kohler toilet, and you get $999 off your bathroom project or enjoy no interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. So check out my friends at Zentex, Zintex, Zintex, Zentex.com. 6:57 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson is going to join us after the news at 7, and Tennessee Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is going to be with us at 7:35. Looking forward to that. The gerrymandering controversy continues. Gavin Newsom just gave President Trump a 24-hour ultimatum. This is what Gavin Newsom had to say. Listen close.
Hey, President Trump, it's time to stand down. It's time to make another phone call to Greg Abbott. This time, instead of calling him and telling him you're, quote unquote, entitled to 5 congressional seats, it's time to tell him to stand down. It's time to recognize that democracy is at risk. It's time to, dare I say, do the right thing. Actually see how that feels for you, doing the right thing. If you don't, California will neutralize anything you do in the state of Texas. California will continue to punch above its weight. We believe in democracy. We believe in the enduring values of our founding fathers. 249 years. We're not going to sit back passively. We're not going to sit back and watch you light democracy on fire. We will fight fire with fire.
So that is Gavin Newsom, who I guarantee you there's nobody more excited about this than Gavin Newsom, because, of course, Gavin Newsom is going to be running for president, and he is obviously challenging Trump. But as we've spoken about California before, they have policies in place that basically a couple of things. Number one, does not allow partisan gerrymandering, and that has been in place for years. And Gavin Newsom is saying that he is going to basically break the California Constitution, because in that Constitution, they've got a bipartisan commission that does all the redrawing like every 10 years. And Newsom wants to break that. And, a few headlines just so you're up to date. The fleeing Democrats still nowhere to be found. They're not coming back home to Texas, and Texas cannot take care of any business at all. They can't talk about flood relief. They can't talk about anything else because the Democrats simply are not there. I'm going to play a piece of audio for Brian Wilson coming up that I think might trigger Brian Wilson in his retirement. Because to be honest with you, I don't think Brian, he doesn't have to read the news every day. So he doesn't get worked up about this stuff anymore like I do. So I'm going to play some audio that I believe will trigger Brian Wilson. It is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Watch it in Lebanon this morning on 40, the westbound on-ramp from southbound Hartman Drive, exit 236. The on-ramp there blocked off by a crash, and that may cause some big delays this morning. Got a lawsuit against a Williamson County school over who showed up for a girls-only sex education class. Channel 4's Courtney Allen reports this happened at Legacy Middle School at the end of last year.
According to the lawsuit, the Family Life course was a required 2-day curriculum held in May of last school year. On the first day, a biological boy who identified as a girl was allowed in the all-girls class. The lawsuit says this made students, quote, uncomfortable with the presence of a boy while matters of the female reproductive system and reproductive health were being discussed.
And that lawsuit is ongoing right now. People living in the Grand Reserve apartment complex in Spring Hill on edge after Sunday night's deadly shooting that took the life of a 17-year-old boy.
You can see on my front porch, we have Ring cameras on front door and back door. So it's just like, whoa, is this something new coming in the neighborhood, or is that something that we need to be aware of? These kids walking around, we don't know exactly what happened. So it does have our guards up.
Channel 4 telling us that the suspect left the scene in a blue sedan with damage to the right front bumper. As for crime in Washington, D.C., local police are now getting assistance from the National Guard thanks to an order from President Trump.
Trump has the power to deploy federal agents in Washington for an emergency, but experts say Congress would need to approve any federal control of the district beyond 30 days. The president also saying this deployment could serve as a test run, saying the model in Washington, D.C. could be used to fight crime in other cities, such as Chicago, Oakland, and Baltimore.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Another one of Hollywood's elite may be ready to flee the country. Comedian Jimmy Kimmel confirming on a podcast that he has obtained his Italian citizenship. In a conversation about President Trump's second term, he told fellow comedian Sarah Silverman that as bad as you thought it was going to be, it's so much worse. Just last week, President Trump predicted that Jimmy Kimmel would be the next to be canceled after fellow Trump hater Stephen Colbert's show announced its cancellation as well. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got about a half hour to go here before the July inflation report is out. Dow futures right now are down 25, NASDAQ futures losing 14, and we've got the S&P futures up 4 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Something's going on 24 this morning in the Laverne area. It looks like traffic starts slowing down after the Old Hickory Boulevard exit, heading westbound. Looks like it's very slow after that. Then normal volume as you make your way into Nashville. I'm not seeing anything yet on the traffic cameras. I'll continue checking on it to see if we can figure that out. Lebanon, there's an accident on 40 westbound, the on-ramp from Hartman Drive, and it's got the on-ramp block there this morning. It's a single vehicle accident. Clarksville still working 24 westbound, an accident past MLK Parkway, and we've got an accident in Antioch this morning on Murfreesboro Pike at Hobson Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:07 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So basically, before the weather got cut off there, Bottom line here, clouds and sun today. We're going to have possibility of some rain this afternoon, high around 90. The feels-like temperature is going to be 97, 98 degrees. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson is joining us. Brian, we usually do this hit brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville on Wednesdays, but you are going to be gone on Wednesday. So
I can be here tomorrow. I just can't be here next Wednesday.
Oh, got it. Okay, very good.
Yeah,
All right, cool. All right. By the way, I've got some breaking news.
Okay.
This is from our friends at the Tennessee Star. The trans-identifying Covenant killer hated her father because he supported Donald Trump, according to her journal. Now, you and I both, we've been covering this for a long time, but, this is from new writings the FBI have now released to the Tennessee Star. I mean, not real surprising, but...
No, it's not, and we got a glimpse of that here on Super Talk when I was doing the afternoons. I actually got a tape recording of the police interviewing the parents, and this was about a month after the shooting took place at Covenant. And it was an interesting interview, and that you heard the police asking questions that gave you an idea of at least where the investigation was 1 month in. And one of the things that they said in that interview was that indeed the father and the shooter had a troubled relationship, and she actually fantasized about murdering him. Yeah, that's been known for a while, but now there are more documents out there that back that up.
Yeah, the newly released journal entries about her father's interest in, and this is an air quote, dumb politics and President Donald Trump. So,
right.
Again, not real surprising. Now, let's talk about Washington, D.C., shall we?
Right. We shall.
So, of course, we all know I've been covering this. We've all been covering this. So we don't necessarily need to go through all of the details. But you lived, just like Joan, you lived and worked in Washington, D.C. for years.
31 of them.
31 years. And one of the things that we're noticing here is the media, and they're not really being honest about the crime stats in D.C. Talk about that.
Well, let's talk about first. Can I just start with a little bit of history?
Yeah.
This is mandated by the Constitution. This federal city. There were, back in the day, the founding fathers, we're talking Washington, Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, who did a lot more than just, that musical that all the kids love. You should really study Hamilton. Fascinating guy. James Madison. They all came together to pick the District of Columbia, and it was established basically in 1790, 10 square miles, 10 miles square rather. It's 100 square miles. The city was designed by Pierre Lafont, and basically it is a federal city because it's unlike any other place in the country, and that it's not really a state. It's a federal city under federal control. That changed in 1973. That's how long it was completely under the control of Congress and the president. And in 1973, they passed this thing called the Home Rule Act, and when they did that, they gave the president a great deal of power to basically make him, if he choose to be, the governor. He could invoke police powers. Congress still has to go over, even to this day, and has to accept and approve every piece of legislation that the D.C. Council and the mayor choose. For many years, the mayor of D.C. was basically appointed by the president, and so it is an odd duck in that way, that it's not like a state and it's not like a city. Now, as for the crime statistics, you're right. I think that they've been lying about crime statistics for years, and now there's information that backs this up. Mayor says, "Oh well, crime's been going down. There's no need to do this. This is a political stunt." I point your attention to a story that was done by Paul Wagner. Now, Joan will remember Paul, pretty respected police reporter in the D.C. area.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very good. And here's what he reported in July. The Metropolitan Police Department confirmed that a man by the name of Michael Pulliam had been placed on paid administrative leave in mid-May. This happened just a week after Pulliam filed an equal employment opportunity complaint against an assistant chief, and the police union accused the department of deliberately falsifying crime data, according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the complaint. The union claims police supervisors in the department manipulate crime data to make it appear that violent crime has fallen considerably compared to last year. So, you know, they would apparently the supervisors, police supervisors, would show up at a violent crime and tell the officers and the detectives, we're not going to call it this, we're going to call it that, and would downgrade the case so that it didn't appear to be the worst kind of violent crime.
Well, yeah, there's so many different ways to look at this, and you have that with the falsifying of the stats and so forth. You also have, Brian, you remember this, where, because they're going back 5 years. Oftentimes they'll go back 5 years. And there was a story about how Joe Biden and how he made the reporting of the crime stats so complicated that a lot of cities would basically opt out of reporting the crime stats.
In fact, a lot of major cities do the same thing.
Right.
The FBI crime statistics are BS. They're just not real. And so you can manipulate this data because it's a political football, and no mayor wants to be be over a city that has an increasing violent crime problem. So they find ways to sort of muck around with the numbers so that it appears that crime is going down, but in actuality, real life on the street, it is not going down. And D.C. has always been, I think, a very violent town. There's some parts of the city, and Joan will back me up on this, you can feel pretty safe walking around at night. The monumental core of the city has always been, relatively safe. But you make one wrong turn in D.C. and you're in a bad neighborhood. And it can happen quick if you don't know the lay of the land. And so it's it has always been a violent area, especially over in the Anacostia area, high crime rate. And I just don't put any confidence at all in a claim that violent crime is going down. Not at all.
No, and you've got the TV stations also pointing to, and I've got CNN on in here, and ABC News did the same darn thing, where they're basically trying to discredit Donald Trump going in there to fight crime because they keep saying, well, the crime rate is down from last year. It's still really dangerous, and the schools are terrible. You've got, again, the crime that is
it's horribly mismanaged. It really is.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you compare D.C. to other cities of its size, it's still higher than most, if not all, cities its size. I don't know about how it compares to Memphis. I think Memphis is probably worse off because it's the worst in the country. But the media, true to form, this is what they do. They try to do everything, report everything the opposite of what is reality so that they can make Donald Trump look bad.
And so they're going to do that. Now, the question, I think, to watch in the days ahead is he has 30-day authority.
Right.
He can come at any time and say, we're taking over the police department for 30 days. Now, the question is, will he try to extend that? Or will he go to Congress and ask them to give him that authority? And if he does, can they get it through? Probably could get it through the House. I'm not sure they could get it through the Senate because it takes 60 votes to do anything that's really hard. But one way or the other, he has limited authority in that regard. But I got to tell you this, you just need to understand that when you talk about District of Columbia, it's an odd animal. It's a weird duck, and there is no other place in America that is like that. Where you do have, and I've always felt really honestly that they should do what they call a retrocision. And I think that what they should do is a lot of people have suggested they already gave part of the District of Columbia back to Virginia. I forget when that happened, but it was a long time ago. Alexandria was given back to Virginia and taken away from what was then the District of Columbia, so that it's no longer a perfect little square diamond.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people say, well, give most of it to Virginia and some of it to Maryland, and leave the monumental core of the city as the federal city. And I don't know if that will ever catch on, but there has been a lot of talk of that.
All right, it is 7:17. I'm going to trigger you, Brian Wilson, with a piece of audio from a guy who I'm sure is one of your favorite journalists. It is coming up on WTN. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, we are going to have clouds and sun all day long, a stray shower possible as well. High of 90 and going to feel like 97, 98 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. All right, so the context is important here, Brian. This is Jake Tapper, and he is talking to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Okay?
Okay.
This is what he says.
Is it not just better for voters to be picking their politicians instead of politicians to be picking their voters through gerrymandering?
So he's talking to, of course, Greg Abbott, and I'm just wondering when he said that to J.D. Pritzker.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever find that. I don't think it really ever happened. This whole thing, and by the way, I still get triggered. I still get angry and worked up about this stuff.
Do you?
The only problem is now the only thing that hears it when I go off is my troubled French bulldog. So
well, that's probably why he's
tired
troubled.
She gets real tired of me ranting as I walk around the house. So it's good to be able to get on the radio and talk about that. But I'm telling you, this whole thing about gerrymandering. The Democrats are the masters of gerrymandering.
Yep.
If you ever lived in the state of Maryland, you became very acutely aware of this, and I did. And a lot of the blue states, have been doing it for years. And by the way, if you are going to gerrymander for racial reasons, then the Supreme Court will step in. But by and large, if you can prove that, that this is not racially motivated, the way we're divvying up, these districts, the Supreme Court has largely said it's a state matters and has stayed out of it. So, this whole thing about gerrymandering is just be it. And the Democrats in Texas, as a Texan, I can say they have done this before. At one time, they went just across the border into Oklahoma and took up at a Holiday Inn just across the Texas line.
Yeah, well, now they're staying at the Hyatt owned by the
now they're
Pritzker
doing
family.
pretty good. They're staying at a better hotel in Chicago, I guess. Yeah, but so this is not an unusual thing. They go through this all the time. But I got to tell you, Greg Abbott is correct, and it doesn't look as if any gerrymandering has taken place here that would not pass muster before the High Court.
I got to ask though, Brian, and you and I watch the same stuff often. If the Democrats have a history of this, and they do, why don't they change the rules of what it takes to have a quorum in Texas so that at some point, if the Democrats flee again, they can just say, well, too bad, so sad, you gave up your representation for this particular matter, and we're going to vote with the people that we have.
I suppose they could do that. But again, what they would do if that came up is they would leave.
Yeah, but at least they could do business.
Yeah, that's right. So I wish that they would do that. It's sort of a silly thing. It's a bunch of showmanship. But when you hear these Democrats talk about how, well, what they're doing here is unprecedented, well, that is just total horse. You know what?
Oh, it absolutely is, and they've done it in. Of course, they did it in California. They've done it in Massachusetts. they don't have any representation in the House of
I
Representatives.
know, and
It's
in
insane.
fact, I read somewhere where only about 30% of the people in Massachusetts identify as Democrats, and about 12% identify as Republicans, and the vast majority of people, the biggest clump of voters, don't identify as either in Massachusetts. Yet the Democrats control the process, no doubt about it.
All right, Brian, we're running out of time very quickly. Donald Trump is going to meet with Vladimir Putin on Friday.
Right.
We don't know if Zelensky is going to be there or not. There seems to be some issues
I think
that.
the determination was that the last I read is that he would not be there.
He wants to be invited. He wants to be invited, and I don't know. I guess the question ultimately is, do you see anything being accomplished? Because if Trump and Putin come to an agreement, that doesn't necessarily mean that Zelensky is going to agree to it. But if Zelensky is there, then he is just going to obviously be problematic. Both of these sides, Russia and Ukraine, they each have their deals, which or their requirements that they simply are not going to agree to. Zelensky is not going to agree to formally allow Russia to have the land that they have captured. And Zelensky is not going to agree to step down, which is what Vladimir Putin wants. And Putin also wants a certain say in what is going on in Ukraine. So both of these sides have things that the other side simply will not agree to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult negotiation. I don't know that it's time to have everybody in the same room. And Zelensky only has so much power. I mean, if he loses the support of the United States and the European leaders are sort of nudging him, saying, come on, it's time. Let's wrap this up. I think it'll be very hard for him to not go along with that. But because he has no other choice, if he starts to lose the support of the European allies and the United States, he does not have the ability to conduct an effective war against Russia. So, they can bring pressure to bear if they choose to do that. So far, they have chosen not to. I don't know. I thought the most fascinating thing I heard about Donald Trump yesterday was that he said that within a couple of minutes of sitting down with Vladimir Putin, he would know whether he was serious or not. Now, he must have a proposal that he's got to lay on the table, and if it gets rejected out of hand right off the bat, it sounds as if this will be a very short meeting in Alaska.
Who's got the upper hand, you think? Just read 30 seconds. Who's got the upper hand, Putin or Donald Trump?
Well, I don't know. I would say right now, at this moment, it's Donald Trump. Putin, I think is a bad actor in every level that you can possibly, every metric that you can compare him to.
Yep.
He's just a bad actor, and I think Donald Trump is going to go in there and try to, maybe he says, this is what I do. Can he cobble together a deal that will hold? So far, it's been elusive, and this may be it. If he gets over there and he reads Putin's not ready to play, and he turns around and walks out of there in a half an hour and comes back to Washington, then I say he's probably going to wipe his hands of it and say, I'm done.
All right, 7:24. Brian, always great to have you on, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Okay, buddy.
And we'll have another round of topics for Brian to comment on, and always appreciate what he has to say. It is now 7:25, and Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, an overnight shooting in Antioch, and police are searching now for suspects. Also, what happened at a steel plant in Pennsylvania where 2 people were killed yesterday? That and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, and I got to tell you, my friends at Contours, they've been helping Middle Tennesseans for quite some time now with their Belly Buster special. Listen, if you're having a hard time fitting into that bathing suit, if you're not as confident as you want to be, Contours can help you, again, with one of their now famous Belly Buster specials. A lot of folks taking advantage of this red light technology. Now, it is not only cutting edge, it is new, it is unique, it is effective. And right now, you can get one of these Belly Buster specials for just $99. That phone number, first 10 callers, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Both Chad and I have done this. We love it. You will as well. Take advantage of the red light technology from my friends at Contours. It is incredibly unique, it is effective, and it is cutting edge. Call this phone number right now. First 10 callers guess the Belly Buster special for just $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. You can find them online anytime. ContoursLLC.com.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Metro Nashville police searching for two men who shot up a tobacco store on Bell Road overnight. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams telling us that two men were wearing masks when they entered the store and began arguing with a male employee just before midnight.
Well, police saying that shots were first fired inside before the fight spilled out into the parking lot, where the shootout continued. The employee now in the hospital with some serious injuries, but he is expected to survive.
Police have not identified the shooters just yet. In Spring Hill, a 17-year-old was found shot to death in the parking lot of an apartment complex Sunday night. That incident rattling the neighbors at Grand Reserve Apartments.
Unbelievable, shocking. It's like, oh my God, this is a baby. And really in these apartments, like I said, I've been here a year and we've never had a problem out here. Never really just seen the cops out here. So to say that happened right on the other side of apartments is crazy.
The investigators believe the shooter fled the scene in a blue sedan. A deadly explosion at a U.S. steel plant near Pittsburgh. 2 people were killed, 10 others injured. ABC's Stephanie Ramos tells us that an air quality advisory has now been lifted.
This isn't the first time there's been an issue here. Earlier this year, 2 workers here at the same plant suffered minor injuries after a buildup of combustible material ignited. So in a statement we have heard from U.S. Steel, they say they are investigating the incident and that employee safety is its top priority. But at this point, authorities are still investigating.
And we are waiting for the top line from this morning's release of an inflation report to see what that does to stock futures. We'll be checking on that. It is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, whether you need a gift for a birthday, an anniversary, maybe it's a graduation present, whatever you need, Brentwood Jewelry has it. For men, women, they've got, of course, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings for the ladies. If you've got a man in your life, cufflinks, money clips, and, of course, watches for both men and women. Brentwood Jewelry, they've been helping folks out for 50 years across Middle Tennessee. It's certainly the Brentwood community as well. And their tagline is exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. I mean, that is absolutely true. I've bought a couple of pieces now from Brentwood Jewelry. I love these folks for so many different reasons. One is because they do have those great deals, and they do have a lot of great pieces of jewelry for you, all kinds of different variety of jewelry, and for any budget, as a matter of fact. Brentwood Jewelry is the place that I go anytime I need a gift for Amy, maybe my daughter as well. They've been doing this for over 50 years, Brentwood Jewelry. They've been proudly serving the Brentwood community with that exceptional style and deals every day for over 50 years. Where are they? They're at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood. They're just off Franklin Road, Franklin Road, Brentwood Jewelry.
Where is it?
7012 Church Street East. You can find them online anytime. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com. That's BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Okay, it's a crash in Lebanon that's got the ramp, the I-40 westbound on-ramp from South Hartman Drive, still blocked off this morning. Just one car, the airbag deployed, and TDOT is saying that ramp is still closed this morning. Looks like things are improving on 24, the westbound side, but it's still very backed up this morning. As you're making your way in around the Laverne area, very, very slow. And then just normal volume delays after that. You've got a crash as well in Antioch at the high school there, Pinhook Road, east of Hobson Pike. Got an accident as well on in Beech Grove on 24, the westbound side, just past Beech Grove exit 97. And also in East Bank, 24 eastbound before Shelby Avenue, a crash takes out the right shoulder, blocked off there at exit 49. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:36 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know, I Elmer fudded there in the commercial. You people don't need to tell me, I know.
More like you Barry Kripke it from Big Bang Theory.
I got it. You know, it's so funny and I've told this story before. When I was a kid, I actually literally had a speech impediment where I could not say my R's. And when I was a kid, I actually did. I was an Elmer Futter. And I had to go to speech therapy and everything.
Did kids make fun of you?
Oh, they did make fun of me like you wouldn't believe, Joan Jones. So every time that happens, a little piece inside of me dies. I'm totally kidding. Jack Johnson is Senate Majority Leader here in the state of Tennessee. And Jack, always great to have you on the program. And a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. I love living in Tennessee. One of the great things about Tennessee is our great leadership. And you folks in the state legislature, very conservative on a lot of the things that you bring to the table. Let's talk about this. I thought this was fascinating yesterday, where the state of Tennessee is now looking to expand the list of criminal offenses not eligible for bail. And so let's talk about that first off, because I read through this, and this does make all the sense in the world. But talk about number one, and then we'll get into specifics. Why is the state legislature doing this?
Hey, good morning, Dan. Always good to be with you. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, we have a problem in Tennessee, and a lot of folks might not be aware of it. Our Constitution, our state Constitution, which was the one we're under right now, was adopted in 1870. It includes language that says the only crime for which you can be denied bail. Okay, so if you're a violent criminal out there and you commit a crime, you go before the court, and the court's going to decide how much bail you have to put up in order to get out of jail while you're awaiting trial. The only time they can deny bail is if you're charged with capital murder, first-degree murder. So if you've got someone who's charged with multiple counts of rape or child rape or kidnapping or assault, a judge in Tennessee is forced to give that person bail no matter how violent, how much of a threat they believe that they are to society. So House Speaker Cameron Sexton and I proposed a constitutional amendment that will be before the voters in November of next year for ratification, and we hope the voters will ratify it, to say no, judges can deny bail for other violent people who are charged with violent crimes. They don't have to deny bail, but the judges will have that option when they deem that person to be a threat to society.
So I guess the question is, number one, what is your opinion on these judges actually doing this? Because it seems to me like all the things that you just mentioned, they are horrific crimes. And I don't know how these things work. Have you had any input from, judges across the state of Tennessee as to how they would react to such a thing?
Not only judges, Dan, but also the District Attorney's Conference. And they are overwhelmingly supportive of this constitutional amendment. Because we can cite case after case when we were presenting this through the committee system and through the legislature, because the way we amend our Constitution, the legislature passes a resolution, has to pass through two different general assemblies, including one by at least a two-thirds vote before it can go before the voters for ratification. We had people testify and give specific examples of where someone who had a lengthy criminal history of violent crimes, and then they're charged with maybe it's just second-degree murder, or maybe it's assault or aggravated assault, and the judge felt like that this person shouldn't be out on the streets, but they had to give them bail. Now, they can set the bail very high. They can give people a very high bail, but some people will have the ability to satisfy that and get back out on the streets.
So Heidi Campbell, I'm just reading this article. Heidi Campbell says, a Democrat, it is an extreme and alarming move on our part away from freedom, she says. It's going to create a lot of injustice, she says. how have the Democrats been reacting to all of this? I mean, clearly, that's what Heidi Campbell's reaction is.
Well, first of all, and forgive me, I don't remember the number of states. I think it's over half of the states in the country. Judges are allowed to deny bail for other types of violent crimes. So if it's so extreme, we have a number of other states that currently have this. Tennessee is a bit unique with this prohibition, but it's not uncommon. Those on the left siding with violent criminals over the citizens of Tennessee and keeping our communities safe.
Any cost associated with this? Is this you're going to have people, who should, and frankly, be in jail and not eligible for bail? Is there a worry about the costs associated with this?
So the fiscal note was not significant. We attach a fiscal implication to anything we do in the state of Tennessee, and it was not significant. We've had conversations with our sheriffs who run our jails all across the state, and we'll be monitoring that. The good news is, Dan, is that we don't have a tremendous number of these types of violent crimes being committed. They do happen. We know we've got a crime problem in Memphis down there. That's a different story that I'm glad that you guys have talked a lot about. But luckily, there aren't that many instances where this will probably apply. But when it does, when you have that individual who's charged with a serious violent crime and has a violent criminal history, we need to untie the hands of our judges and allow them to make a decision when appropriate to deny bail. And I want to be very clear, all of the appeals processes are still in place. If a judge is denying bail to people and they shouldn't be, they can appeal to the Court of Criminal Appeals. We're protecting due process here. This isn't going to lead to just rampant people being locked up because they're charged with a crime. But when the judge makes a determination that individual is a threat to the community, they need to be able to hold them while they await trial in order to keep our community safe.
Well, and we always hear and recently here with this murder of 4 people, I think that was a week or two ago now, and so you always hear about these folks that they get out of jail, they're on parole, bail, whatever it is, and they do these heinous things. And so I personally think that this is a great idea. Coming up, we've got Jack Johnson joining us. Coming up, we are going to talk about this lawsuit where we have a boy who decided that it would be a good idea to go to the girls' sex ed classes there in Williamson County. It has led to a lawsuit. We're going to get into that with Jack Johnson straight ahead. It is coming up on 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Clouds and sun today, a high of 90 degrees, and it's going to feel, high of 90, going to feel like about 97, 98 degrees, possible storms as well. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is joining us. All right, so let me ask you about this lawsuit that is going on there in Williamson County. And apparently what happened is there is a biological boy who identifies as a girl was actually allowed to participate in a girls-only sex education class for 7th graders. I mean, how does this happen?
Well, Dan, we've talked extensively, and I know you've talked with other members of the General Assembly about this. Tennessee has been one of the leading states in the nation in terms of getting this woke garbage out of our schools. We several years ago, we banned biological boys playing in girls' sports, whether it's at the K-12 level or at the collegiate level. We banned allowing biological boys to use girls' locker rooms or bathrooms. We've done that in Tennessee. As you know, I led the effort to protect children from transgender surgeries, and that went all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and we won. Tennessee has been a leader in trying to drive common sense. This is a situation where I think the school did not adhere to the spirit and the letter of the legislation that we passed, and that is we recognize 2 genders in the state of Tennessee, male and female, and we're not going to compromise the integrity or the values of many other girls who wanted to attend or their parents wanted them to attend this particular very sensitive education relative to family life. and have a biological boy sitting there. So I have not spoken with anyone at the Williamson County school system, and I certainly want to hear their side of what transpired there. But we can't allow this to happen, and I think it is a violation of laws that we've passed. And if it's not, then we will fix that when we go back into session.
And I guess the question is, so if the school is put in this position, could they have and be protected? Could they have said, I'm sorry, but, this boy cannot be in the room with girls during the sex education classes? And would the school have been protected from a lawsuit that no doubt would have come from the family of the boy?
Well, not only do I think they would be protected, Dan, and to be clear, I'm not a lawyer, but not only do I think they would be protected, I think that they were legally bound to prevent that biological boy from being in that class with biological girls, talking about things that are very sensitive in terms of sex education, family life, and that type of thing. So, yes, I think they would have been protected, and I think that they were legally bound to. Now, the courts can decide that, but I can promise you this. When we reconvene our legislative session in January, we'll take a look at this, and if we need to tighten up the statute relative to this specific type of instance, we will certainly do so.
All right, very good. And we've got about a minute left. Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson joining us. What can we look forward to in January when the state legislature reconvenes? What's on the top of your priority list?
Well, as you know, we're very excited about a lot of the things going on in Washington with President Trump, the DOJ, reforming Medicaid, reforming SNAP benefits. You guys have been covering, and other media outlets have as well, that Governor Lee has applied for a waiver to make sure that we're not using SNAP benefits to buy sugary drinks and candy and things of that nature. So I think we're going to be very, very eager to get back into session and make sure that we're fully compliant and cooperating with the Trump administration and all the reforms that they're pursuing at the federal level, because I'm excited about them. And again, I want Tennessee to be a leader in supporting President Trump and making our country and our state great again.
All right. As always, Jack Johnson, thank you for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. Have a great rest of week and appreciate it. And I will mention that we talked about it in the 5 o'clock hour. State Representative Gino Bolso, who is also running for Congress, is representing the plaintiffs in that case. And Joan, you said he's doing it pro bono.
Yes.
So that's very cool of Gino Bolso.
Mm-hmm.
I've not yet. I feel like there's some folks that are running for Congress that I have not been able to get into the radio program. Gino Bolso is one of them. I think I have him scheduled. I've got to go back and look at my notes, but I'll definitely ask him about this.
That would be a great question to ask him.
Yeah, because I love the fact that he is doing this pro bono. And for the complainants, 13 girls refusing to participate in class on the second day. And the school just thought that it was okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I should have asked Jack Johnson, but so what happens with the school administrator? Like, is somebody should hold that school administrator accountable because they knew that they were violating state law?
Don't, Adrian, battle this person.
Don't get me started on Adrian Battle.
I know.
Don't get me started on her. I tweeted about her this morning.
You did?
I sure did. That'll show her.
Is there something new in the news that I should know about?
No, she's just corrupt.
Okay.
That's all I got. She's just corrupt.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. It is coming up on 7:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is 615-737-9986. I got to tell you, man, the Super Text line, I love all you people. They are brutal.
They're brutal, and
they are brutal because I Elmer Fudded my commercial for Brentwood Jewelry.
Yeah,
I did that on purpose for Brentwood Jewelry. I totally Elmer Fudded it. So actually, in the 8 o'clock hour, I'm gonna give Brentwood Jewelry a make good.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah, well, it's what I do, because I like those folks over there at Brentwood Jewelry, and I don't know what happened. It's like I've got a. KGB used to say I had a aneurysm,
Mm-hmm.
and I started Elmer Fudding in the middle of that commercial. Totally threw me off.
Yeah. It flew off the super textures, too.
I know.
Franklin Woad?
Franklin Woad?
Somebody said, I think a little piece of you dies.
Whatever.
It was good, though. You know what? It draws attention to...
My speech impediment?
No.
As a radio broadcaster, it It draws attention to my speech impediment that I've had for, 50. Well, I'm 57. So
We're not supposed to laugh at you, I know. But
Oh, it's cool. It's
Yeah.
cool, man. I know you're laughing with me, not at me.
That's right.
That's
Dan.
what I keep telling myself.
Yeah.
All right. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Great interview with Jack Johnson there. I'm sure that Joan is going to be pulling some audio bites from that for her next newscast.
You bet I am.
Mm-hmm.
Not for this one coming up.
No.
For this one coming up, we've got the timeline for the Music City Loop. It's been revealed now. Also, Ford is building a brand new vehicle in Kentucky. And in the process, it's kicking Henry Ford to the curb. That story coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Med is here, 7:52 on WTN. Listen, business owners, if your concrete floors need a little love, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. Now, they specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing this for 30 years. Now, you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done all the major sports stadiums. They've done work in arenas and convention centers. And just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars as well, retail, and a whole lot more. Now, Specialty Coatings, they're not some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be on time and on budget. You know, if people walk into your business and the floors look terrible, that is a reflection on your business. Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. No matter how bad your floor looks, they can help you out. Each project is customized to your building and your needs. 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. You can always email them, sales@specialtycoat.com, and you can check out examples of their handiwork. It's specialtycoat.com. Dan Mandis here. It is back to school time, and that means that Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are bringing the buzz with huge savings and sweet giveaways. Now, if you've got septic issues, now is the time to get it fixed. You can get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. Yes, that's 15% off. You can also upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway. That is a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now, you join the Beehive Club, you can gift a free membership to a local teacher, a coach, or a faculty member. You buy one, gift one. It is just that simple with Busy Bee. Breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products as well. The savings just go on and on. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. It's busybeehvac.com. Well, this is interesting. 7:58, Nashville's Morning News. Aaron sent this to me, Joan.
Yeah.
President Trump is considering establishing a specialized task force of 2 300-member National Guard units capable of deploying to any U.S. city within 1 hour to quell leftist riots.
Yep.
To be designated like the Domestic Civil Disturbance Quick Reaction Force. I love that.
I love that. I mean, he's taking a stand that no one else would take.
Exactly. I love this story. Now, does there have to be an uprising, or can we just send them to Memphis because it's like Saturday?
Yeah. Good question.
Because that's what I would like.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so let's talk about what exactly constitutes a leftist riot. Because, I mean, every weekend you see all kinds of shootings and everything else. If they're talking about actual riots like we saw in Los Angeles a couple of months ago now, whatever it is, then, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. What do you do about the everyday crime that you see? Just got done talking to Jack Johnson. What do you do about the everyday crime that we do see in places like Memphis? You know, the other question that I have is, okay, let's say Washington, D.C. You got the National Guard in there, and they're helping the cops and so on. What happens when they leave?
Yeah.
I mean, is it just going to get bad again? That would be my question.
Congress has to allow them to stay longer if they want to stay longer than 30 days.
30 days,
Yeah.
30 days, 30 days.
Yeah.
That's what what they really need to do, imagine this, is just throw the bad guys in jail. Ultimately, who was it? I was talking to somebody, and they said that in places like Memphis, the same 600 people
Yes.
are committing all the crimes. Throw their butts in jail. It is really not that complicated. It's not.
And make them stay there instead of allowing them to go out on freedom bail or
bail or get out early, for good behavior and all that. Of course they're behaving well in prison. It's prison. Lock them up and throw away the key. All right. Enough of that. 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and there's new information about the Music City Loop to tell you about. The Boring Company's website now says that site preparation is underway now, and tunneling should begin in October. One tunnel boring machine near the state capitol will start it off. At least 6 machines will be used for this project. The company plans to construct at least 3 more tunnel launch sites as the project develops. The search is on for a hit-and-run driver who killed a woman in Murray County last week. 32-year-old Rachel Jones was the mother of 2 young daughters, ages 5 and 6 months. Shelby Boone lives near the crash site and talked to Channel 4.
For the family, I hope they get closure and they found out what happened. And for the person, I just wish they would have stopped and, at least called.
This happened on Highway 7 after Jones's car broke down. She went walking for help. Anyone with information is urged to contact the Tennessee Highway Patrol in Lawrenceburg. An ATV crashed in Antioch last night. This happened about 8:15 near Hobson Pike and Smith Springs Parkway. News 2 reports a 17-year-old boy is in critical condition, another in stable. More details on this when they become available. A big apartment operator in Nashville, Murfreesboro, Franklin area has just settled a lawsuit over price fixing. Greystar was accused by the federal government of using an algorithm to collude with other landlords on setting rental prices at the nearly 1 million units it owns across the country. Greystar admitted no wrongdoing with this settlement. And Ford Motor Company has just announced a $5 billion investment in plants in Kentucky and Michigan to build a new vehicle. Now, this is an all-electric pickup truck with a $30,000 starting price tag. CEO Jim Farley tells Fox Business they're building it differently than the Henry Ford production line model.
And the way we do that is we build the front and the rear separately from the middle. We'll use the battery as a structural member of the vehicle. We'll put the seats right on the battery. And at the very end of the assembly line, we combine all three into a finished vehicle. And that is a lot more efficient.
Farley says this truck is for people who only commute about 100 to 200 miles a day and can plug in at home. It'll be ready for sale in 2027. And yes, inflation is accelerating, but no, not as much as economists were expecting. The Consumer Price Index came in at 2.7% for July. That was less than the 2.8 expected. And it gave a little rise, a little boost to stock numbers. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures up 251 now. The NASDAQ futures plus 96 and the S&P futures are up 10 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN.
Do you know, Joan, what I cannot wait for?
What's that?
When they actually start tunneling for the big dig. I'm going to tell you coming up at 8:05 what I cannot wait for.
Are you going to go watch the tunneling?
Sam knows what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about, Sam? Sam and I were laughing about this off the air. I'm going to talk about it on the air.
Cool.
What I cannot wait for when they get the big boring machines out there. I'm looking forward to one thing.
All right.
And one thing only.
All right.
All right, that's coming up. It is 8:04. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Low T Center. Listen, guys. If you are over 40 and maybe you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. Now, you know that they've got clinics all over Nashville, Low T Center does, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans are tailor-made just for you. Now, you can get treatments at the clinic or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. Right now, you can get a free consultation. And if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That is lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it.
Still very slow this morning, westbound 24 through Smyrna, Laverne, all the way up to the merge there with 40 this morning. Very slow. It's also pretty slow this morning, 65 and the 24 merge coming in from the north. That looks really delayed this morning as well. Nothing more than volume delays, but still quite delayed. You've got an accident, Capitol View on Church Street at 11th Avenue North. Another one this morning in Nashville at Lebanon Pike and Spence Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
'809, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Why are we so late, Sam? 809, are you kidding me?
I'm not the one fumbling the words.
I know, that would be me. Hey, you know what, Joan?
Yeah.
Do you know what I can't wait for when the big, boring vehicles come in to do whatever they do?
Is it all the dust? You can't wait for the dust?
No.
No.
I cannot wait for Afton Bain and Justin Jones and Justin Pearson to have their Tiananmen Square moment.
You think they're going to lay down in front of the boring
machines?
machines?
They're going to lay down in front of the boring machines, and they're just going to stand up against Donald Trump and the patriarchy and all that other stuff.
The tyranny of the diggers.
The tyranny of the diggers. The tyranny of the boring machines. Yeah, you know what's so funny? They are so ridiculous. I could actually see Afton Bain doing that. She'd make sure that the TV cameras are there. And then, on whatever day they're supposed to actually start digging, she'll be out there and it'll be her big Tiananmen Square moment. She'll just get right in front of the big boring machines.
I have a feeling Justin Jones would be like, are you going to let me in there to see what's going on? And they'll be like, yeah, this is a public viewing of them starting. And he'd be like, oh, no, I want you to tackle me to the ground and arrest me.
Justin Jones would be like, hey, man, that boring machine is racist. He did find racism somehow. I'm sure that he would, Or by the way, people are calling me Joe Biden.
Because of your speech impediment?
Chris Hand, who I love, and Chris Hand me and Chris have that kind of relationship. Chris sends me a text when I was talking about how I had this speech impediment when I was a kid, and people couldn't understand me because I muddled my R's and I Elmer fudded.
Yes.
Chris says, Joe Biden level excuses, LOL. Now it looks like Chris is going to be late. And you know what I said to him? Joe Biden level excuses.
Yeah, there you go.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's exactly right.
However, I mean, I've been reporting the 24 has been a big fat mess.
Okay. Big fat mess? What's going on 24? I haven't been listening to your traffic, Joan. What's going on 24?
Are you kidding
How
me?
bad is it? No, I don't listen to your traffic.
Yeah.
And apparently Chris doesn't either.
Yeah. True. Very true. I can't really tell what it is. I'm looking at the cameras. They don't show anything really unusual.
Yeah.
So I can't tell what it is, but it's just westbound is very backed up this morning.
All right, so real quickly. So inflation was?
Inflation came in at a monthly rate of 0.2% rise, and that was expected. But the year-over-year rate came in at 2.7%. Economists were expecting 2.8% higher.
Okay.
They're digging in a little bit to it. If there's an increase, it was due to the price of housing.
Mm-hmm.
So houses are costing more. But the price of groceries at the store is actually on the decline.
Oh,
so
good.
that's helping your wallet. So
Yep.
the stock futures went ping.
What did they do?
They went ping. You didn't catch it the first time, Dan?
No, I did.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure we had a clean recording so we could grab that later. Although Although Sam won't do that. People only like to grab recordings of me when I say silly things.
Agreed.
That's why they needed a whole new server.
I had to use an immense amount of self-control yesterday not to grab the "I'll do anything you want," Dan.
Good plan, Sam.
I like getting fresh vegetables occasionally.
Hey, do you want to hear what Donald Trump said to the media? I know I've saved this for you, Joan.
Okay.
When the media, you know how Trump he built the big beautiful ballroom, that he's doing that, right? So I have two questions. Number one, do you believe that once a Democrat, Lord help us, gets back into office, do you think they'll actually use the ballroom, or will they not, just because the Democrats are so dang petulant?
Yeah, you know what? They'll probably have it like a rummage sale in it.
Yeah, that's exactly. You know what? They'll keep they'll keep the pets in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
They'll let it just pee all over the floor. That's what future presidents will do that are Democrat, and they won't use the ballroom.
Yep.
You know that's coming.
They will clearly convert it into DEI offices.
Oh, see, that would be funny. That would be funny. I mean, no, it wouldn't be, but anyway. So a reporter actually asked, since you built this big old ballroom, because you've heard Brian Wilson mention that the White House press briefing room, it is really small.
Yes.
It is really. You've never been in there, have you, John?
I haven't been in the press briefing room.
It's really small.
Yeah.
And so the president was asked, "Hey, would you consider building us a bigger room?"
You're building the big, beautiful ballroom. Yeah. Could we build a big, beautiful briefing room?
Yes.
Technology, more seats.
I don't want to do that. I don't want you to be comfortable. No, I don't want to make life comfortable.
I mean, did you that briefing yesterday? I haven't even talked about that. That briefing yesterday. Have you noticed that those briefings, when Trump is in there, it takes off. It's sort of like a very upbeat kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Where, people are laughing and people are joking and people are actually having a good time, and Trump can handle it. Trump can handle it. You throw any question you want at Donald Trump, and he's got it. You got Pam Bondi laughing on his left. You've got Pete Hegseth laughing on the right of Donald Trump.
Isn't it so different from the first term? I felt like the first term, when he was before the cameras in front of the press, he was always defensive. Now he knows he's got him. He's got the whole thing, and they're playing into his game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that Trump, right now, his mindset, I wish I knew somebody that knew or knows Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because I would love to know what his state of mind is like. The difference between now and 4 years ago. Because remember, 4 years ago, and this is a lot of what we've been talking about, where you have, Obama, you have, Adam Schiff now in the news, where he was leaking classified information to make Donald Trump look bad in the first administration. And so a lot of that dark cloud that was over Donald Trump's head in that first term is completely gone now for a couple of different reasons. Number one, because he is doing, in my opinion, a great job. I honestly believe that the president is doing a great job. That's number one. Number two is he's following a guy that did a terrible job in Joe Biden. And so it is a lot easier to come in and try to clean up after the previous guy who was terrible than try to follow up a guy who everybody loved. And when Trump replaced Obama, when Obama was out and Trump was in, well, Trump had a hard time because everybody loved Obama. I mean, Republicans didn't like him, but the media loved him. Washington, D.C. loved him. The world loved Barack Obama. We didn't, but the world did. And then here comes Donald Trump, and everybody hates him, right? So right now, he has the benefit of success. He has the benefit of he won all the battleground states. He beat Kamala Harris handedly, and she just, she was a terrible candidate, but he was a great candidate. And that's why I think that the president, he's just feeling good these days. And he's got a lot of reasons to feel good. And, now we hear that the inflation numbers were not as bad as they predicted. And, you have the cost of groceries going down. So I totally understand why the president is in a good mood. Frankly, he should be. And the rest of us should be as well. We'll see what happens. By the way, I've got that audio of Trump saying, I'll know within the first 2 minutes if Vladimir Putin really means business when I meet with him. I've got that audio. That is coming up. It is 8:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, at 8:18, as far as your weather goes, going to have clouds and sun today, and going to be a high of about 90 degrees. Watch for a feels-like temperature to be 97, and we also have the possibility of some storms here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thanks for listening. All right, so this is Donald Trump, and this is the president basically saying that I've got double audio playing. Here we go. And this is the president saying he'll know within 2 minutes whether Vladimir Putin is really ready to talk.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. How will you know that? Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Because that's what I do. I make deals. Sam, do your Trump impersonation for "It's what I do. I make deals."
It's what I do. I make deals.
There you go. See, Sam has a pretty good Trump impersonation.
Not bad.
It's no Shane Gillis.
No, it's not Shane Gillis, but few people are. So, you have any bold predictions for the big Friday meeting with Vladimir Putin, Joan? What do you think is going to come out of that meeting? I don't think anything is going to come out of it because I think that both of these guys have things that they are standing by, and they've got issues that are really their must-haves and they're deal breakers. And I don't know.
I think at the end of it, President Trump is going to sanction the snot out of Vladimir Putin to make him stop.
To Joan's point, all the deals we've been making, it incentivizes Putin to play game. I wouldn't walk away from that table if I was him.
Yeah, but Putin cannot look like he's been defeated. That's the thing. Both of these guys, Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, they both need to, and Trump knows this because it's what he does. And
he makes the deals.
He makes the deal. It's what he does. And for both of these guys, they need to come back with some semblance of a victory. Now, I don't know what that entails or what that means, but Zelensky has really painted himself into a corner because he has been very vocal in saying, we won't accept losing any land, and we won't accept Russia or Vladimir Putin having anything to do with the way that our country is run. I'm not going anywhere. So there's a lot of things that Zelensky has said that, he can't back down from because he has been so loud and boisterous and obnoxious about what it is that he's demanding. And so neither one of these guys seem like they really do want to have any kind of negotiation, and they don't want to give anything to the other side. But you know what the problem is that Zelensky's going to have? Trump is going to meet with Putin, and then Trump is going to probably have a nice chat with Putin, and then Zelensky's going to come out and he's going to look like he's being the a-hole because Trump's going to come back with some sort of an agreement with Putin, and then Zelensky's going to be the first guy to say, no way, no way, no way. Because that's part of what Donald Trump does is he kind of gravitates between the two. One day it is Zelensky that doesn't have the cards, then Putin doesn't have the cards. Zelensky's the bad guy, then Putin's the bad guy. And Trump, he keeps going back and forth, ultimately trying to make a deal to simply try to stop the killing. That is what Donald Trump wants. He wants to stop the killing. And for that, he is getting blasted. You've got all these leaders in the European Union and NATO, and they're freaking out that Donald Trump is going to meet with Vladimir Putin on U.S. soil, and they're trying to prod Zelensky and getting him all worked up as well about this whole thing, and he's already worked up enough. So You know, there's certain times in history, Joan, that I would love, just absolutely love, to be a fly on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one of those times. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Joan, what is coming up at 8:30?
Well, coming up here, Dan, we'll hear the words of Senator Jack Johnson on that feud, that dispute over a boy in girls' sex ed classes.
That's a great interview.
It was a lovely interview.
I
in
demanded at
Williamson
least
County.
8 audio bites from that interview with Jack Johnson.
I'm working it, man. There's so many audio bites that I can't get them all.
It's a great interview despite the interviewer.
I'm not going to say that at all. And we'll also tell you why a woman who worked for Giles County is now facing charges. Those stories coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I love these folks because, you know, when I came to Tennessee, I had chronic back and neck pain. I go to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. This had to be, 11 years ago now? 11 years? And they fixed me right up. And they could do the same thing for you. Listen, if you've got back and neck pain, if you've got sciatica, if you've got slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, they can help you. Right now, they've got a great special going on for the month of August, $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment as well. Only $12 from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Their state-of-the-art non-surgical spinal decompression that can help you. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Tell them you want that $12 special for that comprehensive exam, x-rays, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. That phone number is 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com, 615-246-5009. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store, and I know what else is new. Well, I'm going to tell you. C-cuts. Now, C-cuts are short for compensator cuts. Now, these are little slots cut into the barrel and slide that redirect some of that bullet blast upwards into a V pattern. Now, what this does, it helps you keep on target by reducing muzzle flip, and it does lessen that recoil as well. Now, these cuts are identical to the ones that were offered in the high-end Gen 3 compensated Glocks, but they have not been available in the latest models of Glock until now. The Glock store will compensate your Glock in 10 days or less, and you'll end up with a flatter shooting gun with less recoil. Now, it is pretty incredible, and if you want to try it before you buy it, Glock store's got you covered. You buy a sample bullet pack for $6.99, and you can shoot your choice of a C-cut Glock 17, Glock 19, or a Glock 43X. There's a big difference in all of the models, but I'll tell you that 43X with the C-cut, it is simply amazing. Now, don't forget to bring your Glock or just the barrel and slide. You're going to want to start those 10 days sooner than later. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online anytime. Shoot270.com and Glockstore.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In Giles County, the former recorder of the city of Minor Hill has been charged with theft. Ashley Stogner is her name. She's charged with forging the mayor's signature more than 300 times to steal roughly $105,000. Stogner's also accused of stealing funds while working as the bookkeeper for Minor Hill Utility District. She's been indicted by a grand jury. News that a Williamson County school is being sued over a biological boy being allowed to attend a girls-only sex ed class. Now, Majority Leader of the Tennessee Senate, Jack Johnson, tells Dan Mandis that if the school prevented that boy from attending the class, it would have been protected from a lawsuit if it was brought by the family.
I think that they were legally bound to prevent that biological boy from being in that class with biological girls, talking about things that are very sensitive in terms of sex education, family life, and that type of thing.
Reports say 13 girls opted out of the second day of that class because they were uncomfortable talking about personal issues with a boy in the classroom. Inflation rose less than expected in July.
The consensus was for a 0.2% month-to-month rise in the Consumer Price Index and a 2.8% surge from July of last year. The actual number has come in very close to that, with the cost of housing driving most of the increase. The cost of eating at home actually fell slightly from June to July.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. That report boosted stock futures. And now that the market is open, we'll take a look here at market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Dow Jones Industrial starting off 180 points higher. The NASDAQ gaining 117. And the S&P 500 index is now 28 points higher. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Joan, do you know that Dana Bash?
Yeah. I mean, I know of her. I don't know her.
Somebody needs to do a wellness check.
Uh-oh. What'd she do now?
Oh, I've got the audio. It is coming up on Super Talk 99.7. 8:32. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. A great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. You know that they build pole barns. I've been telling you about that for years. Now, these pole barns, they can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums, and I'm obsessed with these things. Now, you can live in these pole barns, and they are, again, called barn dominiums. And from Stoltz Co., when you go through Stoltz Co., their barn dominiums, they are new and improved. They're offering you turnkey options. Now, what that means is they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home thanks to my friends at Stoltz Co. And by the way, right now they also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co. can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992. They've also got great social media, Instagram and Facebook as well, to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. And their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
Still spotty with heavy volume this morning on 24 westbound, starting in the Smyrna area. You do have a crash in Glencliff on I-24 westbound. That's before Briley Parkway, exit 54. Bordeaux, a crash. Clarksville Pike on the ML King Bridge. Also, Capitol View, a crash. Church Street at 11th Avenue North. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Chris Hand is running late today, so I don't know if Chris is going to, come in mid-segment or what he's going to do. He does need to get ready for his radio broadcast as well. Stuck in the traffic because he didn't listen to Joan Jones.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. It's crazy. He should have listened to you. He would have known to, give himself a little bit extra time. Sam was telling me a little tidbit about what high school was it? Glencliff?
Glencliff, yeah. Hearing about that traffic update triggered my memory.
So Joan, you have triggered Sam because he has memories of Glencliff High School.
I played basketball at Martin Luther King, and we freshman year, I don't know if Metro still does it, all of the freshman teams played each other, and we'd play what would be considered out of district in that league. And we went to Glencliff, and there were just STD and teen pregnancy posters smattered everywhere throughout the halls of that school.
STD posters? Like, I had no idea they're doing that in schools now. STD posters and...
Well, this was like 12 years ago, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm reasonably certain that is still a problem.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I imagine...
Do you think they still do it? Let super text line. Are they still putting up these kinds of posters in schools these days? Because I mean, when I went to school, and I know Joan can relate as well. You know, it was all about the dance on Saturday
Right.
and the football game.
Yeah.
All those things. And these days, it's like now. I guess part of what they may be doing. Describe, if you would, Sam, the STD posters.
They were big and they were laminated, and they had some scientific language included with some graphic imagery. It typically was not like a hand-drawn or animated thing, too.
It's like a picture of STDs.
Yeah.
Oh.
So is it kind of like Scared Straight? Is that what they do?
I think that's what they were aiming for. They were also they were safe sex posters. It shocked all of us coming from a magnet school over to Glencliff because none of that. We're part of the same school district in its entirety with curriculum and everything, and we didn't have those posters up. I guess our student population wasn't in the same risk category.
That's because you're privileged.
No, I was a lottery pick to get into that school. It wasn't privileged. It was luck.
You were privileged because you won the lottery.
That's true.
That's what it is. When I was in track and field, when this goes way back when I was in track and field, we hated.
Back when it was over in Greece.
We hated, exactly. We hated going to the LA schools because I was in the San Gabriel Valley, and going to the LA schools, you want to talk about a culture shock. And there's a lot of crime and graffiti, even back then in the 80s when I went to school. So I can, and yet. Obviously, I wonder, do you think those posters actually, do you think they scared those kids into not having, unprotected?
They probably make fun of them.
Yeah.
They probably do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably do. All right. Dana Bash. So they're talking about, Donald Trump sending the National Guard to Washington, D.C. Do you want to hear what Dana Bash had to say?
What's that?
This is so funny. And Dana, whatever. Listen to what she had to say.
And just as we go to break, I should note that the most violent moment in recent history in D.C. was January 6th.
I knew it.
And it was an attack on the United States Capitol by a lot of people who were doing it in the name of Donald Trump. And it included the people who were hurt, included members of law enforcement.
God, she just can't help herself.
She can't.
I guarantee you, if you played the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation hearings side by side with some January 6th footage, you couldn't tell them apart.
Yeah, no, you're right. And for Dana Bash, she always, I don't know if you've noticed, I mean, Joan, you probably know this. She always brings that up.
Oh, yeah.
Like just, you know.
She has been triggered by January 6th. Now, Kavanaugh, you mentioned Kavanaugh. They caught the guy trying to bust into his house with, what was it, handcuffs and break-in tools and all that stuff. And after that happened, the police allowed for people to go to his house and stand outside and threaten him, stand on his lawn, threaten him, march up and down the streets. They said they couldn't do anything about it. They were threatening him. But, people who were storming the Capitol to say, hey, we want our voting rights.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
And for the people on the left, they will never, ever, ever get over January 6th. And here's the deal. Obviously, it was a dark day in our history and all that other kind of stuff. But, and I said, I think I said this either on that day or in the days that followed, that the people on the left, they will be using this against Republicans. We will never, I said, be able to live this down.
Yes.
And they took Donald Trump off of, what was that?
Twitter.
Well, not only Twitter, Parler. Remember Parler?
Yeah, which died.
Yeah, Parler was just, and I think they're back now, but I don't know. They came back. They were able to get back on the servers and all that. But I don't know if they ever got that traction again because Elon Musk came in and bought X. And that's where a lot of conservatives are now able to go and not have their freedom of speech on the on the social stifled. So, but Parler was gone, and I was making good progress on Parler with my likes and followers and all that kind of stuff.
And boom, it was gone.
What's that?
And boom, it was gone.
Yeah, it was gone. It was gone, and they took Donald Trump off of again all the socials and everything else, and it if you ever want an example of overplaying a hand, it was the Democrats and the media regarding January 6th. Clearly. All right, real quick. Do you guys think that people still care about Epstein?
Yeah.
Joan?
I think they care less than they used to.
My interest is ticked back up after an Obama-appointed judge blocked the release of the grand jury testimony.
Yeah.
I find that to be very interesting.
So Harry Enton, of course, you know, he is one who I don't believe that he pulls any punches left or right, and which is why I like him. He asked the question. He started, you know, taking in the polls and all that kind of stuff. Do people care about the Epstein saga? What do you think? Do you think people care as much as they used to, or do you think that it is going down? Joan?
Going down.
What do you think? Despite your own personal feelings, Sam, what do you think? Is the American interest in the Epstein files overall, is it going up, down, staying the same?
I think it's going down. There's probably some fatigue for some people.
All right, here's what Harry Enton says.
I would say that this is, from at least a political point of view, quickly turning into a dud of a story. What am I talking about here?
Which is wild.
Which is wild.
This has been for 3 weeks now.
Exactly. Take a look here. Google searches for Epstein down 89% versus just 3 weeks ago, falling through the floor. It is no longer the top term searched alongside Donald Trump's name. That's been trading off between Taros and Vladimir Putin, with obviously the meeting coming up later this week.
But here's what I would say to that. Nothing new has happened. Like, nothing new in the Epstein saga, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I read a lot of news every single day. Is there anything new on Epstein? I don't think that there has been.
No.
The newest thing
was what he just mentioned. Was what Sam just mentioned. The grand jury testimony is being squelched.
Yeah, and they moved Ghislaine Maxwell over to that much nicer white collar kind of prison.
Yep.
In Texas. She was in Florida, and now she's in Texas. So, I mean, as far as that goes, I don't know. There hasn't been anything new, but I guarantee you that if something did come up, the interest would come back.
But at this particular point, the American people's interest in this story, it's quickly becoming something of a nothing burger.
So out of sight, out of mind, maybe, is applying here a little bit. But has it impacted, have you seen numbers that have impacted Trump's popularity, favorability, anything?
No, not really. I mean...
No, of course not. Because his supporters know that this is BS.
Take a look here. Let's take a look at the overall numbers. Trump's approval rating. In July of 2025, it was 45%. It's still well within that margin of error here at 44%.
All right, so August of 2017... his approval rating, first time around, 37%. July of 2025, his favorability rating was at 45%. In August, he was down a tick to 44%. People know, like, I don't need Harry Enton to tell me that, you know, I'm not saying that it's a nothing burger, but I think that the overall general interest in this is going down. But I also believe that there's nothing new to report on this. And as I said previously, if something happened, the interest would be back up. The reason why his approval rating hasn't gone down is because the people who support him totally and completely understand that he is being railroaded here. I mean, I don't mean to do the same monologue 50,000 times, but when you know that Donald Trump was the only guy that cooperated in the previous investigation, then you know that he's in the clear. And there's nothing anywhere that shows that Donald Trump did anything wrong.
And you compare that to where he was in his first term at this point, he was at 37%, so he's 7 points higher, very much in a different political universe now, significantly higher in terms of his overall approval rating than he was at this point in his first term. And more than that, among Republicans, his approval rating is near a record high, hovering right at about that 90% mark. So no, he hasn't lost any of that base. And when it comes to that center of the electorate, he's basically holding on there, and his overall approval rating, 44%, is pretty gosh darn good for him considering where he was at this point in term number one.
There you go. And you know what the reason I think why that is I think that he has had far more demonstrable successes. That's number one. And number two, let's not forget where we started the day. this morning on Nashville's Morning News, where we were talking about the news from Just the News with Adam Schiff, where now there is a word, and we were talking about this earlier, where Adam Schiff, more than likely, he is lawyering up. If you missed it, I'm sorry. But there is now a whistleblower that is saying that Adam Schiff leaked classified information tied to the Russian investigation in an effort to harm Donald Trump. So I think that, Joan, a lot of the stuff that Trump dealt with in his first term, that had something to do with that lower approval rating because of all the stuff that was being thrown at him every single day. But now he's done a lot good. He's done a lot of things that are good and that have worked out. His foreign policy is incredible. And so for, this version of the Trump administration, I think he's doing real well. I mean, I would have a hard time. I don't know if you have an opinion, Joan or Sam, but what do you think is the best thing that Donald Trump has done? There's been so many really good things.
It may be the one thing that we completely stopped talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The border.
The border.
We don't have anything to talk about with the border anymore because it's closed, shut down, and now they're hiring new border protection agents with a $50,000 bonus. Like, get them in here.
Right.
Let's continue to take people out of this country. I think that's what made us all feel unsafe within our own country.
Yep.
He's taking care of that, and we almost stopped talking about it.
Yeah, now we're talking about the mass deportation that the president is trying to do. And he really is trying to do it, but I think the Democrats are making themselves look really silly by trying to stop him at every turn. Sam, what do you think is the best thing that Trump has done?
I'm gonna kind of cheat here and say everything, but it's in the context. Hold on, bear with me now.
Okay.
It's in the context of the culture. We've noticed the culture has caught up to what the administration is doing on a fact-based, relevance of sorts. When it came to the border, you didn't need a bill to close it. When it comes to immigration, we can enforce it. When it comes to federalizing the police in D.C. to clean up the crime there, there are facts of why he is doing the things he's doing. We see the results of these things, and as a result, the culture around us. Stephen Colbert's coming off the air because his show sucks and he's losing money. We're going back to a fact-based culture, which is beneficial as an American, exceptionalist idea.
See, that makes sense. That makes sense. And when you say the culture seems to be rebounding from, the insanity of, who was it? Tim Burchett said yesterday, he coined a phrase. I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but it's funny as all get out and great. Woketopia.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Did you? Oh, yeah. So I'd never heard of Woketopia before. I should totally steal it. But I loved what Tim Burchett had to say yesterday. And it is true. You can talk about the Sydney Sweeney thing and all the other things that are happening in our culture where there is just, again, not to belabor the point, but a celebration of normalcy. And I think that, for the vast, vast majority of the American people, we actually appreciate that. And I loved the laughter in the White House press briefing yesterday with Donald Trump. I thought that he sounded, really good. He sounded really happy, and he sounded like he was in a great mood. A far cry from what we saw during the Trump administration the first time around, because the man was always, always, always under attack. So, for me, what's the best thing he's done? I'm kind of like you, Sam, all of it. But I think I might be with Joan on the border. But I love all of the foreign policy stuff that he's done as well. Keeping boys out of the girls' bathrooms, that has been great as well. And here's the thing, the bigger thing, and then we got to go. But I think that the tariffs could be the absolute best thing that the man has ever done, or the worst. We just don't know yet. I think it's going to be the best thing, but it could end up being the worst. We really don't know. But I think personally that the president has made all the right moves thus far. And I love the fact that he is embracing law and order as well. All right, 8:52, and for all you people complaining that we're not talking about dildos, did you see that, Joan?
Oh, no way.
We want an update on the dildos. See, you can't win.
See, that's
right?
what Chris brings to the show.
You can't win.
Yeah.
Because earlier people were like, quit talking about dildos. All right, so we don't talk about dildos, and people are like, talk about dildos. Is there any dildos in the news today?
Not that I know of.
Other than Dana Bash, no.
Besides Dana Bash and Chuck Schumer? All right. Hey, 8:53. Joan, what's coming up?
Is he the next one to go? What media star just received his citizenship to a foreign country? Maybe he's out of here like Rosie O'Donnell. That's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mattis here for my friends at DT McCall's. Now, this is a great Tennessee company that is here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, great selection, and great value as well. Now, I've been telling you for years about these folks, and they've been helping people out for those 3 generations, over 100 years. And if you need it, they've got it at DT McCall's Indoor Furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's Appliances. If it plugs in, they've got it, and they've always got specials going on to save you money. Right there on the front page of their website. Go to it, won't you? dtmccalls.com. Specials on great prices, all the best brands of appliances like washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. You name the great furniture out there, all the great brands, they've got it. Great selection, great value as well at DT McCall's. And don't forget, if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. You're talking about Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Dan Mattis here. Mark Spain, Real Estate. Avoid the stress of listing your home on the market and sell your home fast. for all cash with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, you know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends both have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate sells more than 38 homes a day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. Now, you can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest cash offer in the industry. Mark Spain Real Estate, they've been helping Middle Tennesseans out for years now. Find them online. It is markspain.com to get that guaranteed offer on your home today. That phone number, 855-299-SOLD. Find out what your guaranteed all-cash offer would be. There is no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. That website, one more time, markspain.com, and start packing. $8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Chris is wearing his fight hat.
Oh, okay.
Because he's been fighting traffic this morning.
Yes, wow. Yeah,
because
exactly.
he didn't listen to your traffic reports that said the 24 West was all shanked up.
Yeah,
all messed up.
We didn't listen.
Yes, you did.
I did, but I didn't take your advice.
There you go. Well,
so my question for you is the cameras didn't show any reason for that. But was there a problem?
No, the problem was just knuckleheads.
Okay.
I think that was the
knuckleheads.
the technical term.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
What do you got coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about ShiftyShiff. He's in hot water. Democrat whistleblowers coming out of the woodwork. They said this would happen. It is happening, so we're finding out why he got that preemptive pardon. Plus, we'll talk about the fallout of the federalization of D.C.
Mm-hmm.